Yeah, we did it.
We're here.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. And a very happy Sunday, one and all.
Yes.
It is a Sunday. We understand that it's not always easy for folks to be available on Sundays. So if you're here with us live right now, thank you so very much. If you're watching us on the VOD right now, totally fine. Totally fine. And we appreciate having you however you are able or choosing to watch this stream/video.
Yes.
What is this stream/video? I asked myself that a lot as we were prepping for it. But for those of you that may be new, if this is the first video that you're watching, welcome to the channel.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for you to see first.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, though. So, for those of you that may be new, whether you're watching live or on the VOD, what's going on, everybody? This is Joe.
And Amy.
We are Geek for All, and we are here to celebrate 10 years on YouTube. It's been a long road. We're still here. We're not leaving. That's not what this is. We're still going strong. Not planning on stopping anytime soon. Today's stream is going to be...
Yeah, it's not a retirement video.
No.
It's an anniversary video.
Yes, exactly. Today's going to be an interesting one. I hope you all enjoy.
Yeah.
We are going to be doing a lot of talking mostly. I mean, what else do I do around here? We're going to do a lot of talking. We're going to talk about memories from all of you, memories from all of us, share some statistics, and then most importantly, we have some very important announcements. Again,
Yes.
none of which are about us leaving. I promise.
Erica, our love, is here saying happy decade for all with 3 exclamation points.
Beautiful, Erica. Thank you so much. It's so great to have you. Hopefully you're doing well, as always, with any of our streams. Anyone, first of all, is encouraged to pop in a chat and say hi. We would love to hear from you. And then to Erica and to all, we would love to hear how you're doing. Even though this is our 10-year anniversary stream, for better or worse, if you've got stuff to talk to us about and you are sharing it publicly, we would love to hear how folks are doing on this Sunday, June 29th.
Yeah, speaking of which, it's the end of Pride Month.
Yes.
So happy Pride, everybody.
Still happy Pride, and even when it's not Pride Month, happy Pride.
Yeah.
Pride is dead, long live Pride, right? Like, yeah, there's your
my
fan.
Pride fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought this for Pride next year. So I
Yes.
figured it would be, there's no way it wouldn't be hotter next year than it was this year because it was very cold and damp.
I was like, because global warming.
Oh, well, that too, but just statistically, I feel like.
Yeah. Speaking of statistics, like I said, that'll be something we go over at some point today. I think just to give folks a chance to like join the stream, I was trying to figure out like, I mean, we've got, I literally have.
Shirt?
Oh yeah, look at that. I have a list here of things that I want to talk about today. And or do today during this stream. But I also want to check some things out. Here we go. All right, don't start playing yet. Or you could start playing. That's cool too. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Oops.
It's fine. It's fine. So anyway, I think a way to start off today, like I said, to give people a chance to like trickle in, all of us together can watch. We've been here for 10 years on this platform. And so we didn't just decide to celebrate 10 years. 5 years ago, for those of you that may have been around, in fact, it was on, what was the date? June 4th of 2020. So people had probably a lot more time to watch that video than they do to watch this one or join us on the stream. But regardless, if I go like that actually would probably be better. We can unmute it. I don't know if you want to mess up your hair.
Oh, no, it'll be fine. Hair. Yeah.
I also have to switch these over as well. But we can all together, while we wait, watch our 5-year anniversary video. It's only 25 minutes long. We'll be in the bottom corner to, like, you know, maybe I'll pause it along the way and we can make some comments if we have comments. Sure. You can, like, signal to me if you want me to pause it. Okay. Or, actually, you might be able to just reach out and touch this once we get to that point. But if we go like this, then we're in the bottom corner. And here's the YouTube video for our 5-year anniversary video from June of 2020, 5 years ago.
Wow. This is crazy,
also,
guy.
I feel like it's going to be very loud for us. Yeah, okay. That's not bad. And if we have to raise the volume, we can. But, okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Are you all ready? And honestly, obviously, please don't hesitate to interrupt the video with comments. And then if we feel like they need to be addressed in the moment, we'll pause and address them in the moment. Even that.
Yeah.
Even that is different now.
So old.
Yeah, 5 years ago. Anyway. Hey everyone, this is Joe.
And Amy.
And we are Geek for All.
Look at all those dice.
We're here today for a very special video. Because the day before this video went up, June 3rd, 2020, we had our 5-year anniversary here on YouTube. In 5 years, we've done a lot. At the time of recording, this channel has over 600 videos, and more impressively, just under 70,000 total views. Wow. That is a huge milestone for us, and we want to thank you all for that. Speaking of milestones, we've had a lot of them over the years. What's going on, guys? This is Joe. And Amy. And we are coming to
Look at my hair.
For all.
I'm wearing like the same thing with like the red strap and the... Oh my god. Oh my god. I've got like the same lip color on.
I was so skinny. And by that I mean I was definitely not skinny, but I was skinnier.
Your beard was skinny.
My beard was very small. Yeah.
Oh, Erica says it's a bit quiet on their end.
Thank you, Erica. I will fix that right away.
Wow.
That should be better, but of course, let us know.
My glasses were a lot skinnier too.
That's just time, baby. That's
No, not this way, but this way.
Oh, I see.
It's just a different style. But I was a lot skinnier. Yeah, there are a few videos of me being real skinny because of that damn gluten, man. It really kicked my ass.
Yeah, it does happen.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Don't be. What's up, guys? This is Joe. I'm coming to you here from the car. I just got on the highway, and so it is time for the first episode of Driving to the Draft. This is a new series, you can tell from the title. Driving to the Draft.
What a cool show.
I genuinely was driving in every one of those videos, and I genuinely was driving to the draft in every one of those videos. I taped my camera to the dashboard and
you did.
Our camera and filmed myself driving to the draft. I mean, I forget how many we did.
I know it was a bunch. You did them. You know.
I did, yeah. It was a lot. And rest in peace. I'm wearing my Bray Wyatt shirt.
Oh wow! Yeah. Great dude.
For the first episode of Driving to the Draft. This is a new series, you can tell from the title down below, called JAR. JAR standing for Joe and Amy Review. So even the first,
they're looking like, why am I here? What am I doing?
Hey, look, we've had conversations about this. That's just, sometimes people have resting bitch face. But also, like you said, it was a brand new thing. You didn't know what to expect.
You were just wearing your Bray Wyatt shirt. I'm wearing my CM Punk shirt.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And you're wearing your awesome, like,
chalk Marvel shirt.
Yeah, like chalk pastel Marvel shirt. It was really cool.
Yeah. This was... We've got a lot to talk about. That first video, the first clip, this is in my childhood bedroom in my parents' house. That's where this was filmed. Also, I can say that bookcase that's behind us, one of the two bookcases that's behind us right now. Same one.
Same one, guys.
Still in the background of our videos. Same one. And again, the other one
it was over there.
Is off to Amy's left. But it would be on camera, it would be this way. It's that way. That's where the other bookcase is. Behind
at the time
Amy.
That this was filmed.
Yeah. Anyway, then this is in probably the same car as this, right?
Yeah.
This is outside of my parents' house, so still where this was.
Yep.
This is right outside, literally in the driveway.
Right, so you can like see the trees.
Mm-hmm. This is in their driveway, outside of their house. It was where we filmed the first Jar. And so we're talking about the milestones, right? The first episode of Jar, the first episode of Driving to the Draft, and where we announced our change in the channel title to be Geek for All. Because we were not initially Geek for All 10 years ago. But yeah, we can, like I said, we can talk more about that as time goes on.
Why is my head like this? Like, is it just an illusion?
It's got to be your hair.
I think it's my hair.
Yeah, it's your hair.
Called Jar. Jar standing for Joe and Amy Review. Okay, guys, we're back.
So now you guys have seen a lot of...
You look like such a nerd.
I do?
Oh my god.
The term is geek, thank you. So you guys have seen, even recently, a lot of Greg on this channel.
Yeah.
And we talk a lot about Steve, but we don't often see Steve on this channel.
Right.
He's been in a couple of videos. This is the co-owner of Champion alongside Greg, Steve.
So I'm here with Steve, one of the owners of Champion Card Collectors. So I wanted to actually just do a
Thanks,
quick
Joe.
Brief interview here.
Which, by the way, I did do that interview. I am so bad at interviews. Poor Steve having to put up with me doing such a shit job at interviewing him. He was great, and he's so good off the cuff, which I'm okay off the cuff. I'm not great. Like, obviously, I'm here in these streams.
You're great off the cuff if you know what you're doing. If you're trying to, like... If it's like really pulling stuff out of your ass because you have no idea what you're doing, I feel like it's a little harder.
Yeah.
Or if you're just bad at the thing. Like you said, you're not good at interviewing somebody. Mm-hmm. You're good at being interviewed, I think so. But I don't think you're good at interviewing other people.
No, I'm not.
And so if that's not where your talents lie, then, you know, you're just not going to be good at that, right?
Well,
you know.
And like I said, shout outs to Steve. I literally prepped before that interview. I told Steve all the questions I was going to ask. They were spoilers. They were not spoilers, but a look behind the curtain. They were written on a little card on the table in front of me so that I could like glance down and see what the next question was going to be. Because again, real bad at interviewing.
Erica says, remember, folks, Amy does in fact love her husband despite the words she says.
Well, that's the thing too, right? Coming up in March of 2026, like we're talking about this being our 10-year anniversary on YouTube. March of 2026 will be our 20-year anniversary of being together. So yeah, there's like a little bit of love there. Just a tiny bit.
A little bit.
Scotch.
But so, yeah, I mean, everybody's got their things that they're good at and things that they're not good at.
Sure,
and so,
100%.
You know.
But yes, and also...
And I feel like being off the cuff at good things that you're good at and being off the cuff at things that you're bad at, you're going to be bad at the things you're bad at and good at the things you're bad at. And good at the things you're good at when off the cuff in those things too.
Yeah,
I feel like for the most part, you know.
And we'll talk more about Steve and Champion later, don't you worry. But yeah, this also, so in fact, shout outs to them. I had nothing to do with this background, and this is not typically what that area of the store looks like. They went and got that product and set it up that way because they knew this was going to be the background of this video.
Yeah.
And so the employees set that up to look that awesome. They did that themselves of their own accord that day. It really does.
Yeah. And he's wearing the Champion logo sweatshirt.
The old logo. Now they have the Champion Gaming logo that you see in a lot of our thumbnails and stuff. Mm-hmm. And in the background of some of the more recent Jar videos. But yeah, just they really went all out for this stuff. And these were some of the first videos that we did with them. Again, you can tell by my age. This was a long time ago.
A long time ago.
I look so different.
Oh my God. Why were you doing that thing with your beard?
What thing with my beard?
Where you're like carving out that section where it's like very blatantly like a 5 o'clock shadow going like this. That does not look good.
No.
I don't know what you were thinking there.
I learned things over time, man. There was that time that I just had the mustache.
Oh, that was so bad, guys. Oh, that was so bad.
I don't think that was during... No, it was when I was in college, so it was not during YouTube time.
No, yeah.
But we were still together, and Amy still stayed with me, so that's a testament to her.
Well, I used to joke that he looked like a porn star used car salesman. With that mustache, so...
It was awful.
It was really bad.
Bad stuff.
But that's okay. You figured it out.
I mean, I guess.
You know what looks good now.
Yeah.
And that's what you do.
With all the grays growing in. Because, again, my age. This, for a while, was our most viewed video. Yeah. And it's because the thumbnail was this. And so many people were drawn in by this thumbnail. I mean, who wouldn't be? Look at it.
Yeah, it's really cool. But also, that was right when, like, the algorithm started recognizing faces and thumbnails as being, like, a big deal. And that was, like, before we started putting faces in thumbnails.
By a lot.
So this was the only one that had a face in the thumbnail. And so... YouTube like freaked out because it was like, oh, there's a face in this thumbnail, and it like sent it to everyone on YouTube.
I think on this channel, this is still like our 3rd or 4th most viewed video on the channel.
Yeah. It was so weird.
What's going on, guys? This is Joe. We are here. I am so excited for the Shadows over Innistrad pre-release. If you didn't get it from that amazing Avacyn that you guys are looking at right now, what they ended up with, what decks they made.
So these were some of the first...
so you're gonna get to hear
promo videos that I did. Oh, it's so blurry.
Directly from the Shadows over Innistrad pre-release. I'm sure you can hear in the background.
None of these people still go to Champion.
Yeah, fair point.
In the middle of one of the rounds. Everybody's been having an amazing time. As you can see, people have been opening some great cards. It's been a blast here. This fat pack is mine. This fat pack is Amy's. So what we're gonna do first, I'm gonna open mine since I'm here talking to all of you.
This is our most viewed video on the channel.
Oh my God, really?
Mm-hmm. This one, yeah.
A fiance fat pack battle is our most viewed video.
I know.
That's insane to me.
I know.
Wow. I never knew that.
Yeah.
Did I know that?
I hope so.
I didn't know that.
But our 2nd most viewed? Do you remember?
No.
The Commander Masters opening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I did know that.
The big opening that we did for Champion or through Champion.
Yeah.
It was like $6,800 worth of product or something insane. I forget the exact number. But
I remember why this one did well, right? Or no, that wasn't this one. Okay.
I don't think so.
I thought for a second what was in here, but never mind.
No.
That wasn't it.
No, that video didn't do well, but that clip is in here, in this video.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Shadows was my first pre-release, Erica says. Wow.
Hell yeah, Erica.
She says, oh, this is one where Amy broke Joe's nose and left him in the dust.
You're really going to have to be more specific. In other words, with the Fat Pack battle.
Oh, with the pie in the face. Is that this one? Did I smash your nose? Is that what you mean? Or you were just referencing me kicking his ass in the challenge?
Hence why I said you got to be more specific. The pie in the face is in this 5-year anniversary video as well.
Okay.
But But yeah, I think that was this one where you won and got to pie me in the face. Dave, from our Final Fantasy 7 and 8 playthroughs,
Yes.
was also in that video and
He
also pied me in the face.
Yes.
And again, this now, the audio is so bad. This video was filmed in the dining room of my parents' house.
Yeah.
And again, at that time, it was my house also. Just throwing
Yeah,
that out
he
there.
also lived there.
Like I said, it was my childhood bedroom, but I also was still sleeping in that bedroom every night. So, I whatever.
Oh, God. All right. Moving on.
I'm going to pass Amy hers so that she keeps that on the side. And we're going to have a Fat Pack battle. I'm a pretty experienced Magic player, but Amy is not.
Wow.
Amy is a relative
Your
novice
voice in this video. What the hell?
My voice has changed a lot.
I think it's the audio in this.
Maybe.
Because it's like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like tinnier maybe.
Well, so this, don't forget, was being recorded off of just our laptop. My laptop. Like the maybe we had the mic. Maybe we had the old mic. The
yeah,
Yeti.
that too.
Yeah.
Or before the Yeti, no?
No, I don't think so.
Because before the Yeti, we were just using the mic on the camera.
For jar videos and stuff like that and driving to the draft, yes.
Okay. Erica says, I believe this was the one where Amy opened Gisela and was undefeatable. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it's behind the YouTube banner here, but you can see that this was before I learned that I could hide my taskbar.
Yeah.
So the taskbar is at the bottom of every one of the videos and everything. It's just wow. But yeah, this was before Arena was even a thing. We recorded some Magic Online.
Yeah.
And this was the first instance of us recording Magic Online.
Marcus is here saying happy anniversary. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus. Happy Sunday. Great to see you. We are, as you might be able to see from the top corner there, we're watching through our 5-year anniversary video. You may have seen this, but I figured it would give folks a chance to kind of filter in, and we're giving some behind the scenes info in some of the stuff. So.
Right.
Obviously, we've been reading the stories and stuff, so we decided to make a new Magic Online account and go ahead and go in, check out some drafts. We are actually going to be playing through some MTG Arena. Wizards is doing a sponsored stream event.
Oh, actually, hold on. So first instance right here, although technically this was it as well, but of the things that we're looking at, this was filmed in our first apartment. This is our first apartment. And this is our first apartment.
Yeah.
That we moved into at the end of 2016.
The lighting was so awkward.
Well, because we had just a floor lamp, like a standing floor lamp on the side of me.
It looks like you're wearing eyeshadow because your eyes are just so shadowy.
Well, it's the glasses, right? The arm of the glasses. But yeah, because this was before we got the professional lighting equipment that we got. And even then, it's not great right now because it's only on one side of us, but still.
We were talking about Champion. We actually got it from somebody who went to Champion.
And so knew we made videos, right? Because they saw us filming at all the events and stuff. And he contacted us privately and told us about having acquired some of the these studio lights, and that he didn't have anything to do with them, but he knew that we filmed, and so if we needed them, and that's how we got our lighting.
That was very nice of him.
I left him on red, and not on purpose either. It was just oh, I'll get back to him, whatever. And it took me a long time. And then I went back and I was like, oh crap, this message was here. And I saw it and I went back to him and I was like, I am so sorry. And he was like, it's fine, man. He's like, I still have them in my truck. But because I had made him wait so long, I drove 4 hours to get that lighting.
It was worth it because we still use it.
100% worth it.
We're using it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like I wasn't about to be like, oh, well, when are you available and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Like I literally was like, when are you next at the store? And he was like, I'll be there tonight. I was like, great, so will I. And I drove 2 hours there and 2 hours back to get this equipment because I felt bad for leaving the guy hanging. So.
Right. And I mean, I feel like that was the last time I really ever saw him. I assume you saw him a few times after that, but
yeah, I have. Yeah, at pre-releases and things like that.
So that kind of sucks. I would have liked to have been able to say thank you.
Well, if I notice him at some point at the store while you're there, I will definitely point him out to you. But you're right; it's been a bit.
Yeah.
For Ravnica Allegiance, and one of the people that Wizards has decided to sponsor or to gift an account is us here at Geek for All. We are super grateful. Thank you.
So there you go, Erica. Erica mentioned that Ravnica Allegiance was her first stream. That was us announcing that stream was coming up. That's the streamer event, or the that was back then they were specifically called early access events. That was the announcement of the early access event for Ravnica Allegiance, and then here we are for that, and that was at our second apartment, if you recall.
Oh, okay.
The one that we had before we moved into this house.
Yeah.
So much to Wizards, to the entire Arena team for allowing us to be here. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege. They hooked us up with these sweet accounts so that we can play these cards and show all of you, so that we can all hang out together and have a really cool experience. So
Oh, it's like sped up.
Huh.
It was like quiet and sped up.
Yeah.
That's very awkward.
Yes, it is. But yes, that was quiet for us too. Sorry.
We're married.
Oh man, that was.
Together and have a really cool experience. So it's official. We're married.
Oh, in fact, my wedding ring happens to be right over here.
Yeah.
It's just on the desk next to me. So yeah, we were engaged prior to starting YouTube videos. We got engaged in my timeline is bad. We got engaged in
2016, I want to say.
Oh.
Or no.
No, because 2016 was when we moved up here for the first time, and we got engaged shortly after we left the job that we both worked at, the local company.
Right. Okay, so when was that? 2015? It must have been 2015?
Maybe. 2014, 2015. But it would have been... We were together 9 years, so it would have had to be 2015.
Okay.
So it was either right after we started doing YouTube or right before was when we got engaged, but then we got married in 2019. And again, this is at our second apartment then, if we were married.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where we had this background up. It's the second apartment.
It was, well, the one with the two banners and this poster was the first apartment.
Right.
Though.
Yeah, we didn't have this one till the second one, though, I'm saying.
This poster? Yeah.
Yeah. Erica says, right, the stream where you killed Yeza, and I said I'd flag your stream, LOL.
I do remember that. Yeah, for sure.
That's pretty funny.
Something that we were able to do this year was launch not one, but 2 new channels under the Geek for All umbrella. And those 2 channels, if you are unfamiliar, were Video Games for All and
Gluten Free for All.
I love that shirt on you.
Oh, thanks.
So this, I have to shout out to Amy. This Christmas tree was all her idea. It looks so good. You did
really
such a great job.
Look good. It came out good. But we really threw this together with stuff from our wedding more than Christmas stuff, because all of our Christmas stuff was packed.
Yeah.
So I had that bride-to-be sash that I wore for my bridal shower was on there. These flowers were flowers I got to decorate our wedding. These white ones, the garland ones, were ones that I got to decorate our wedding, and then we didn't use them because we decided to go with something else. So I used them for that. And then
Bless you.
like you can see ornaments on here, but there really weren't that many because it was like ornaments that were wedding themed ornaments or like that one's technically not really an ornament. It's
on.
like
they can't see it. Just give me a second. Okay.
oh
Yeah, this one here.
yeah, that was just like a picture frame with a string on it, basically, that like we got from family when we got married,
Yeah, and
so
it's
that we
us,
could
it's-
hang it up like on the wall or like between the curtains on the window or something like that. But we used it as one of the ornaments on here when it was a just married themed Christmas tree.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an old picture of the two of us, and in fact, no, I guess I do still have a beard in that one. And then this here down at the bottom
can't see
is
that.
it's a one of those like video ornaments where you all can't see me. I'm like looking at the camera, like you can see the facial expressions that I'm making. There we go. I'm like performing to the camera and nobody can see me. Anyway, it's one of those video ornaments where like it goes through a slideshow of photos basically.
Okay,
But it's
I
off.
didn't even realize we had one of those.
Yeah, it's off right now, but or in that image.
Right.
But, yeah.
Oh, Hub is here saying can't stay but wanted to stop, just pop in and say grats. Thank you, Hub.
Thank you very much, Hop. Appreciate it.
We're currently watching our 5-year anniversary video on YouTube.
It's up here.
We were contacted by the folks over at the new card game Varia, and they asked us if we would be willing to do a review of their game.
Through the years, we've done a lot of fun things, especially with friends. Here are just some of the particularly funny moments.
You got it.
You alright?
You still got the barf over there lingering?
Spit in my mouth.
Yeah.
Some people are into
This is definitely spoiled milk. It tastes like old people's breath smell.
So this was Bean Boozled. We ate some Bean Boozled beans, and it was a hell of an experience. Everybody got at least one bad one, and then it ended with poor Tiara eating, I think, a barf one or moldy cheese or something. Like as we were like closing out the video, she like picked up a bean and like popped it in her mouth and was like, oh.
Yeah, because didn't she get like mostly good ones the whole time? And so I felt like she was kind of like not really buying that they were actually that bad.
I don't remember. I mean, if you just heard, she literally just said like they were like, "Are you okay?" We asked her if she was okay, and she was like, "Yeah, it just feels like somebody spit in my mouth."
Right.
Gross.
Yeah.
So what it tastes like, Grandma? Did you eat your grandma? Butter, popcorn, or rotten egg?
Oh, there you go. That was the one that Amy.
All right, here we
Dave's
go.
rotten egg.
I want to see Dave. Give him the
Oh
bucket.
God,
Holy shit. It's like the air gets, like the decompression of the bean shoots down the back of your throat. Oh my God. Want the bucket? Get him the bucket. Get him the bucket.
That was good.
He is a man.
He's a man.
Oh God, it didn't go down.
That was Amy's issue. We still have a bunch of these beans left. If you guys
here we go.
liked it, let us know by hitting the like button down below, letting us know in the comments down below. If you want to see more like that.
Oh my God.
So this was both of these, this and this same spot, just slightly different camera positioning, was at Austin and Tiara's apartment
Yeah.
in down in Maryland. Actually, shout outs to Marcus, sort of in your neck of the woods. But yeah, we filmed all of these there. This was the first Reddit 50/50 that we did.
Oh yeah.
If you recall?
Oh yeah.
And in fact, this was, if you recall, the blizzard. the year of the blizzard.
You can see it.
If you look behind Schnoz's shoulder up here, that is snow up against the window from the blizzard. We don't talk about it in the filming because it's not relevant to the video, but we got snowed in. Maryland got 3 feet of snow that weekend.
Yeah.
3 feet. And we basically just got to their apartment, hunkered down, filmed a bunch of videos and hung out, and got snowed in. 3 feet of snow that weekend.
Yeah. And if you recall, I don't know if it was the radio or what, was saying that because they're so unusually unprepared for that unusual amount of snow, they said that they were closing the roads down for the entire weekend.
It wasn't they were closing them down. It was just that, like, in terms of like cleanup or whatever.
Right.
The government, I do remember this, by the way, obviously. The government, local government basically was like, look, because the snow stopped Saturday night into Sunday morning. Like, we woke up Sunday morning at like 7 a.m. and it had stopped snowing.
Right.
And wouldn't snow again for a while.
Right.
The government said, they were like, listen, everything will be closed on Monday. So they didn't mean streets. They meant like government buildings and stuff like that.
Okay.
Like, don't try to go to work. The streets will not be clean.
Right. They were just like, everything's closed Monday.
And we'll let you know about Tuesday.
Is that not hilarious?
Well, so again, it's hilarious for us as New Yorkers.
Right.
Because that would never happen here. If it's done Sunday morning, it will be cleaned up by Sunday afternoon, let alone Monday morning.
Right, exactly. So that was crazy. Marcus says 3 feet of snow is very unusual here. Yes, it is.
Not for nothing. 3 feet of snow is unusual here.
Right.
Like, very. I don't know that I can
we're in
remember a
Albany.
time where we've gotten 3 feet of snow. That's
Right.
a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of snow. And we knew that it was coming. We knew that the blizzard was coming. And we purposefully made it so that we got to their apartment. We actually got to their apartment as the snow was starting.
Yeah.
Like, maybe the last, 15 minutes of our trip or so were in snow.
That's crazy. I can't believe it was just the last 15 minutes or so. Are you sure? That's all it was?
Maybe the last half hour.
Okay.
But it got,
still.
and we were driving into it. Like, it was
Right.
coming at us. So as we were passing it, like, the further we got, the worse it was because it had been going for a while.
Right. Marcus says it's 50-50 if we even get snow during the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know it was abnormal. I mean, obviously, like I said, the government was clearly unprepared.
Right. They were just like, ah.
I will say we were one street off from the main street that the local hospital was on, though. So we were able to get home, which was good because
Yeah.
we needed to go to work the next day.
Right. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you say that, Marcus, because here where we live in the capital region of New York.
Yeah.
And when I first moved, he had been living here because he went to school up here. But when I first moved up here, I looked at him and I said, why didn't you tell me? He's like, tell you what? I was like, in the wintertime, it snows here once a day.
Even if it's just like a flurry, right? It doesn't even necessarily stick. Sometimes it obviously does, but it doesn't always.
But it there was, and for the last couple of years, it hasn't done that. But when I first moved here, for like the first few years, every single day of the winter, it snowed for at least 10-15 minutes. Mm-hmm. If not all day long.
Right. If not like accumulated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Look at how cute Dave looks here. How adorable is that? Erica says, I think the record I've seen in my life was 4.5 feet. Wow.
Yeah. And that, again, that's not far off from 3. I mean,
No.
once you're at like 2 feet, 2 feet, 10 feet, it's a lot.
And that's, my older sister went to school near the Great Lakes. And so
Lake effect snow.
it's a real thing. you know, they used to put like ropes up so they could walk on top of the snow from campus building to campus building, because the snow was just insanely deep. They needed to hold on to the ropes to get across the snow
and not get lost.
Yeah, and fall in.
When I toured SUNY Binghamton, it's not where I went to college, but when I toured SUNY Binghamton, they showed us that because they get so much snow near SUNY Binghamton, they have tunnels under the ground.
Oh, wow.
So that you can get from the dorm building to your classroom and then back again. Or to the dining hall and stuff.
Now, I wonder if there's ever so much pressure on those tunnels from the ground being on top of them and then all the snow being on top of them and just years of wear and tear of that, right? That they end up needing to, like, fix them frequently.
I would hope and imagine that they check that often enough. And besides, it was built for that purpose. Right. So they hopefully they knew at the time as well.
Hopefully.
What they were doing.
Right.
God knows.
Yeah. Jay Anna is here saying happy 10 years of Geek for All with 2 sunflowers and heart hands.
Thank you, Jayanna. Great to see you.
Yes.
How are you? Even though we're watching this video and we're telling stories, anyone is more than welcome to let us know how they're doing as well.
Yes.
And then otherwise we can discuss this. I don't know if anybody watched these videos, these like group videos that we did, the 2 Reddit 50/50 videos and the Bean Boozled video. But I love these videos. And actually I shouldn't say... What?
They're funny.
Yeah, I agree. Well, and again, they were funny for us because we were a part of it. I don't know. Like, I hope it translates. And I will say it was either this one or the other one, the Reddit 50/50 video. It's up in, like, our top 20 videos on the channel. So, like, people watched it.
Well, I could say, like, a lot of those views are from this one guy that I know who, like... he watched our video and then he became obsessed with Reddit 50/50, and I think he must have watched our video like 50 times.
Amazing. I watched it a bunch of times too, although, you know, I don't know how many, like if I watched it over and over, it wouldn't count the views necessarily if I just like went back to the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
But if I turned it off and then back on.
If you hit like replay, it doesn't count that as a new view.
That I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm not up on my YouTube knowledge, so. Okay.
It wants to fit in Safe for Work or the Harlem Shake Poop Edition.
Yeah, that sounds like
not safe for work.
I want to see that.
I have no idea. Listen, click on this one twice. This is going to be terrible. Yep.
Is it poop? He's on the toilet?
He's on a toilet. He's on a toilet. And he's doing this.
Wait, it says not safe for, and he throws it.
It was not him throwing it.
Oh my god, he just shit all over the guy.
Diarrhea on something fiber.
Yeah, so Reddit 50/50 for folks that are unaware. That was I remember that video. Do you remember that video?
Oh yeah.
Oh god, so gross.
It's permanently etched on my mind. It cannot be erased.
It was disgusting. Basically, like, I'm not going to fully describe it, but it starts right. I mean, for people that are familiar with the Harlem Shake videos, it's somewhat innocuous of people just like kind of sitting there, you know, bopping to the music, and then when the beat drops and it changes, the scene changes to chaos. And it was 2 guys. It started with one guy just sitting on a toilet and the other guy, I guess, sitting on the side or something like that. And then it changed to one guy standing on his head and the other guy sitting on the side. And
yeah, the guy
you heard,
who was sitting on the side was no longer on the side.
Yeah.
He got hit.
He got covered.
Projectile liquid.
It was real gross. Real gross. Like you said, embedded.
Yeah.
But this, so again, just going to their apartment, filming a bunch of videos. This one it says Varia on the little chapter description over there. It's clearly not Varia, but this was when we played Red Flags, which we still own. It's upstairs right now. Great game. We loved it. And this video was hilarious. Oh my god, so funny. I guess we'll just, yeah.
Dave, you know that actor or actress that you love? I know him or her. well, this person I have for you is that actor or actress that you love. And also, they may own 100 beachfront acres, but this owns an island in the Bahamas because, well, you know, it's your favorite actor or actress.
That's lovely.
Brad Jolie.
Oh, well.
But that's why my amazing dancing president is better than your fucking shitty ass high school ass.
But every time you think about them, you dry heave.
Oh no!
But you don't throw up.
That's true.
And that's what love is about. Getting through the hard times. AKA thinking about.
So,
Oh my god!
So, yeah.
But you don't throw up. Oh my god!
So, I don't know how many people are familiar with red flags. It's like other similar games like Cards Against Humanity, etc., where you have a handful of cards, like Dave has here, you can see. He has a couple of white cards and a couple of red cards. And the white cards are attribute cards, and so you use 2 attribute cards to describe a person who would be an ideal date for whoever the judge is in that round.
Yes.
And then...
So it's a dating game. It's
Right.
like I'll set you up with X person.
Right. And that person is blank and blank. But then somebody else tries to mess up your person to say, you know, Amy will say, oh, my person is blank and blank. And I'll say, yeah, but here's this red flag. Every
Right.
time you think of them, you dry heave, you know, or something like that.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
My person's fantastic, don't you worry.
Sure. Sure. It sounds it.
Just
It sounds it.
the best. When you see this person, you're gonna be like, what?
I guess he has some really shitty cards.
They're
in his
garbage. You could see me looking over his shoulder. They're trash. Trash cards.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's no frame.
There you go. See, so here's the pie in the face that we were talking about from
Okay.
that Eldritch Moon fiance Fat Pack battle video.
Okay, do you want to fix that, I guess, I assume? Oh, God. You ready?
Yep.
There you go. That's...
Oh,
Now
I
it's...
feel it on my ear now.
Now... I have to even it out.
By the way, shoutouts to Dave Mann, twitch.tv/DAM314.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Smells good.
All right, so I go next. Wow,
It was
it's
so
everywhere.
we took these right out of the fridge, so every one of these condiments that they were pouring on me was so cold. 'Cause it was like summertime.
Well, I was going to say, and then we went back into the apartment. We went upstairs. Amy showered, and Dave and I watched wrestling, I'm sure, or something.
Okay. Okay. No, let's go with some relish.
It
Oh my
just
God.
stayed. It just stayed
So
there.
thick.
I did not expect that at all. Oh,
No. Oh.
okay.
Oh, it's warm.
So,
The mayonnaise of all things was the one that was warm. Oh god.
Yep. Well, and Dave even said he was like this is gonna be bad, and then he was like, but people use this in their hair sometimes.
Yeah, no, actually the mayonnaise like did condition my hair a little bit. It really did. Do recommend.
This I also recommend.
I do not recommend this. I do not recommend this.
I loved this. So this was an episode of Jar, but it was combined with a punishment. Before we filmed this, we filmed something else, and that was me having no experience whatsoever, which I'm sure Amy can attest. You watch this clip, you will know what I'm talking about. I did Amy's makeup tonight for the show. I liked this swirly one, so I'm going to use this one. It's going to help you contour.
No. He picked the swirly one, which was the highlighter. Because it had like metallic swirls in it. And he's like, I'm going to contour.
Yeah, it was like, it was white with gold swirls in it. It looked so cool.
Yes, but that's not what that's for.
It is to me. Contours on your face so that your muscles are more defined.
Oh my god, what? Oh my god.
This was filmed in that first apartment, by the way. This is in our kitchen, or into our dining room, I guess.
Yeah, I think.
Yep.
That's what it's for.
The mascara dried enough where opening my eyes isn't dangerous.
Okay, I think that looks awful. I think we're done. That is it.
I don't know what I look like.
But you can look down and see what you look like.
I do look like Miranda's.
Which is now not a good thing, but at that time she was not as problematic. But I said that Amy looked like Miranda Sings.
Oh my god. Yeah.
If you cannot tell, that is a whole ass onion.
And his shirt is lying.
That's a huge bite. Oh my god, that's so big. Joe, you're gonna die. Spit that out.
Oh my god. And I will say, for this, we tried to like help whoever lost out. Because we didn't know before we filmed it who was going to lose.
Right.
But we tried to help out. You bought a sweet onion.
Yeah.
That didn't do shit.
No, it doesn't matter.
That sucked ass.
Yeah.
Eating that onion was so bad.
It would have been worse, though, if I had bought, like, a yellow onion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was still awful. Like, we were like, oh, it won't be as bad, and we could just, like, embellish it, and it'll be funny. No, that sucked so hard.
C. Holland is here saying, hey.
What's up, C. Holland? We're starting off the stream checking out this video from 5 years ago, and then we'll get into the crux of the video, because we do have a bit more to talk about. So
Yeah.
This is not all we're doing. This is only a 25-minute video that we have stretched out because we keep talking about it.
He says, just got back from D&D.
Hell yeah. How was it? Let us know.
I took tiny bites.
Oh.
I think that's enough.
Oh.
Don't take more bites. That's really scary.
We will see you all next time. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, God, it's like an apple. Oh, God. Why would you do that?
I'm going to keep it going.
Ugh. I will say, I mean, the video ended shortly after that. I did spit it out. I did not finish eating that. That'd be insane.
Oh, God. The heartburn.
The heartburn and the breath.
Oh, God. For so long, too. See, Holland says, really good. Good.
Okay. That's awesome. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, that is awesome.
While we're watching this, everybody, just a reminder, later in the stream, not now, later in the stream, we're going to ask you all when you first joined us, obviously Erica mentioned it recently, but if you remember when you first joined us or the first memory that you have of us, as well as some favorite moments if you have them. So keep ruminating on that. Like I said, it's on the agenda. So
Yes.
we'll get there.
In addition to fun, there are other videos that we've done that, while we weren't necessarily hysterically laughing, still led to some of our favorite moments. And then, of course, there's the good old mythics. We got above average. We got 4 in...
This is the first video on the channel, which is why Dave did a very good job of filming, but it was just, the quality is just awful. The audio is bad because we're in my parents' dining room, which is a cathedral ceilinged room. So it's very echoey.
Yeah.
And the lighting is trash. So all of the above marks, a classic first YouTube video.
Yeah, and this was our old camera that was like grainy as fuck, and like the sound quality was also bad.
Oh yeah.
But then like you can tell when he's like zooming in and out, the camera like has trouble zooming in and out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like shaky as fuck or whatever because he's trying to make it zoom in and out, and that like was too difficult of a task for that camera.
Yeah.
It was just so old and bad.
Yeah.
Instead of 3, it's usually 3. And we were able to get Kiki Chiki, Mirror Breaker, Tezzeret the Seeker, Ulamog as one of the Eldrazi, and of course the long sought after Tarmogoyf. Not bad at all. I know a lot of people aren't really fans of Tezzeret, but I don't have one yet. So as a collector, I really appreciated that I got Tezzeret. Deathless Behemoth, our rare or mythic, is from beyond. We have a foil. We got an expedition.
That's what I was thinking of earlier.
I know. I told you it was in this video.
So we got an expedition. Woo! It's a flooded strand. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Still beautiful in foil, even with the poor quality of this camera.
I still own that flooded strand.
Yeah. See, Helen says, managed to get some Final Fantasy cards. They only had a booster box, the starter decks, or the collector commander decks.
Oh.
So got the starter decks.
Okay. And then it says,
What I can say,
What can I say?
What can I say? I'm a cheapskate. LOL.
I mean,
crying, laughing
I
face.
don't blame you,
No,
though.
that shit's super expensive, see, Helen.
It really is.
It really was when we tried to buy some. Marcus says, remember when Tarmogoyf was good?
I sure do. I own like 6 of them. I didn't spec into them. I opened every single one of them out of booster packs. I have never purchased a Tarmogoyf individually, but I do own a ton of them. Like I said, at least 6.
First expedition of the set. I had opened so much product, I genuinely did not think it was going to happen. Here's a flooded strand out of a fat pack. Holy crap.
That fat pack was insane. It came with Gideon as well, which was the most expensive card in the set, like outside of Expeditions and not foil, of course.
Right.
Just regular card. There were 2 foil rares in that pack. One was a land, or no, maybe we just got 2. We got 2 dual lands, blue black and blue white or something, or blue red maybe, or white red. But yeah, that fat pack was insane, absolutely insane.
That is beautiful. It's incredible looking. It's one of the more expensive ones because it is part blue. That's insane. Oh, we got a full art swamp and an Eldrazi Scion token, but those can stay on the side. We got an expedition.
It's so shiny.
How sick is that? Second, encircling fissure.
Oh, here we
is
go.
The third,
Spoilers, I
rare
guess.
or
Sorry.
mythic, is Gideon Ally of Zendikar. The most expensive card in the set, not counting expeditions,
So good.
is Gideon Ally of Zendikar. Here he is. Why the hell not?
Wow.
pack is boss.
Our rare or mythic in this pack is a Sunken Hollow,
Blue-black, called it.
a blue-black dual land. Pilgrim's Eye is the third. Our rare or mythic out of this pack is another mythic in Quarantine Field. We do have this one already. It doesn't matter. It's another mythic out of this box. We have a foil full art swamp. Because why the hell not?
This was a fat pack. This wasn't even a box.
Shanaz said that. Shanaz said that in the video. It's just a fat pack, not a booster box.
Yeah, so how many packs were in there?
9.
9. Mm-hmm. That's it. Mm-hmm. They used to really load up those fat packs.
Mm-hmm. We're still not done.
Rare or mythic of the fat pack is another dual land with blue in it. It's a prairie stream. I don't know. I'm almost positive we have a foil back here. It's a foil rare.
Annoying Dar.
in Dar Royal Shaper. I'm possibly crying. Okay. I don't know what happened today, but here's what we have.
What god did you please?
I don't know. I'm so happy. Okay.
Yeah, that fat pack was insane.
It was crazy.
And I will say, right, because we're doing this 10-year anniversary video, one of the reasons, and it was one of many, and we'll talk about more, one of the reasons why I wanted to start filming videos is because I opened a box of, I don't remember the set. It might have been whatever the set before Origins was.
Before Origins.
Might have been before Origins, I feel like.
Was that just original Tarkir?
It was a set with Soren in it. So
it was Innistrad?
I don't... No. It was before Innistrad, because we were filming during Innistrad. I don't remember. But there was a set with a Soren in it. And I remember I opened a box, and I was by myself at my parents' house / my house. And I opened the box, and I got a foil Soren. And then in the same booster box, I got another foil rare in deflecting palm.
Oh, it was Tarkir. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was Dragons of Tarkir.
Yeah. So whatever set deflecting palm was in, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Soren was in Khans, so maybe it was Khans.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you both, by the way. I opened that box alone, and I was just like, this is crazy. The fact that I got that foil rare in the same box as a foil planeswalker and just the other cool stuff that was in that box, I was like, in general, I was just like, I should film this and show it to people.
Right.
And that was, but the way I opened boxes back in the day was I would sit there alone, right? Not on camera, before YouTube. I would sit in this dining room that this video is filmed in, and I would put the box in front of me, I would open it up, I would open the first pack, and I would read every single card. I didn't do previews back then. I didn't know they were a thing.
Right.
This was when I was very, I'd been collecting or opening Magic, not really collecting, but opening Magic for years. But, because I started playing in Urza Saga. But I didn't really buy booster boxes until I was in high school because I didn't have the money.
Right.
And then I would open the box, and like I said, I'd read every single card. And so then when I'd open the second pack, for example, and there would be a duplicate uncommon, of course I would skip through it and go to the next one, and then read that. So by the time I got to the last pack in the box, the commons and uncommons I was just zipping through because I'd seen them all already.
Right.
But I would still, it took me 2-3 hours to open a box.
Wow.
Because I took my time with it. I turned it into an experience. Because, and I've talked about this many times in videos before. In fact, literally in the video that we filmed of us opening the Final Fantasy VII Play Booster box. If I'm spending my money on a booster box of product, I'm turning it into an experience. I'm not going to do what I do with Champions boxes, right? And that's not disrespect to Champion, but it's because there's so much there to open, and you're doing it for value for the store. right? The store is opening that product so that they have those singles to sell to their customers. And yes, some people need a 4 of a common or an uncommon. So those are going to be important that they have. But the more important stuff in that video, in those big openings where I open 12 boxes, is the rares, the mythics, the foils, the alt arts, etc. Because those are the things that people will be coming to the store and saying, do you have this? Like, no one's going to be coming to the store and saying, hey, look, I know you opened 12 boxes, but, like, do you have 4 of this common? Yes, they have 18 of that common. Like, they're obviously. But
I'm just going to get us one.
Oh, thank you. But but when we open a box, that's ours. And it's just the one box. So I used to do the same when we would open boxes back in the day, and you'll see a clip from one of those videos coming up here as well. But that's why I started filming, and why I started filming the way I started filming. Because I was spending my money, I was going to turn it into an experience, because that's how I did it before I put it on camera, and so that's how I was going to do it on camera. Now, obviously, as time went on, things changed here just because of money, to be honest. I mean, like, I wasn't really buying booster boxes unless it was like we did with this set, right? It had been a while since I bought a full box, but I also really love pre-release kits, so I really went hard into pre-release kits. And I mean, if you look at the number of packs that I open, it's basically me buying a box anyway. It's just with dice included and all that other stuff, and promo cards, etc. So, but that's why I did it. And so then when moments like this happen with this video, this is one of my favorite videos that we filmed. The camera work is whatever, because we hadn't like really nailed down the best way to do it. But I will say that when videos like this happen, that's when I am so grateful that we made the decision to start filming and putting stuff online.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amy.
Because obviously, like, people were able to see, you know, a foil flooded strand.
An expedition
along with
flooded strand.
Right, along with all this other stuff too, all in one fat pack. I mean,
yeah. And you can see Double from Beyond. You can see that. Where's my mouse? Double from Beyond, Double Ruinous Path. Those are rares. 2 white mythics, the Flooded Strand, and the Prairie Stream. So the blue-white, like, just really, really good stuff.
we actually had 2 of that one.
What?
We actually had 2 of that one. That's what we said in the video. He was like, "Well, we already have this one, but
in a different opening, not in this video."
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just because at that point I was talking about trying to complete the set basically.
Okay.
In our videos, so I'll let you. I think we're here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. See, Helen says, think I found this channel about a year ago, all thanks to watching the professor's videos. Or is it longer? I think it's been longer.
I have to imagine it's longer, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think it's been longer than a year since we've heard from Marie, right? Wasn't it Marie? Who you also watched her videos?
Oh. Right.
And I feel like it's been a while since we've seen her, and so I know you were around before that.
Right.
So it's got to be longer than a year. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more like 2 or 3 at this point.
Yeah.
We read this stuff about Tarkir, and then C. Helen was wondering if it was Return to Ravnica,
Right.
but no.
No, I do remember playing during Return to Ravnica, but and that's around the time when I started like going to stores to do drafts and stuff. Was around Return to Ravnica time. Oh yeah, ignore the collar out of position. I forgot to tell you.
It was.
So, Amy, we're here with you at Artist Alley, as we just saw. You are the heir of Falconwrath. Can you maybe explain to me a little
What a terrible camera operator.
a little bit about your costume today?
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of JAR. JAR, for those of you that may be new, stands for Joe.
Namey.
Review. And we are here.
My mouth is like glued shut.
Yeah, you had to like swallow before you could say anything. It's a kind of a special episode, if you can't tell from the fact that there are 4 other people here.
No, because we're all Joe and Amy.
Coldblade is the 3rd. Now this video, this video makes me laugh so hard. This was the next video that we filmed after the last opening that you saw with the flooded strand and everything. We did this opening still in the dining room in my parents' house. The last video that you saw was filmed in the dining room, but my parents were downstairs watching TV, as they often did when we filmed in their house. I love them very much, but they would not allow our filming to disturb their lives, which is fair. It's their home.
Right.
But it meant that a lot of our videos had them in the background just like talking or watching TV loudly or something like that.
Or doing dishes.
Yes. Yeah, good call. But this video was filmed after they went to sleep. So I'm like talking, but I'm very blatantly whispering. And like, because they're asleep down the hall with the door closed. It's you, me, Schnoz, and Dave in their dining room.
That's too many people.
Yes. And also, there were more pop-offs in this video.
Yeah, I'm sure
because
there
you
were.
opened 6 shit. This was your fat pack.
Okay.
Our rare or mythic is a mythic in Demonic Pact. That's really cool. That's not a bad card. Our rare or mythic is Languish. That's a great card. All creatures get -4/-4 until end of turn. That one's worth money. I believe that one is in the top 10. So there you go. One of the top 10 most expensive cards in the set. After that, we have a foil hangerback walker. I see everybody looking at me because they don't necessarily remember. Hangerback walker is the 3rd most expensive card in the set.
Whoa.
And that is it in foil. So there is a foil hangerback walker. That is insane.
Oh, wow.
Fleshbag
There you
Marauder
got to
is
see
the
the foil
3rd.
finally.
Our rare or mythic is Kytheon, Hero of Akros. Another
He's
mythic.
so
If you
cute.
flip him over for everyone, Amy, on the back, he is Gideon Battleforged. So the least expensive planeswalker, but a planeswalker nonetheless. The 2nd mythic out of the box that had a foil hangerback walker in it and a Languish. Another one of the top 10 most expensive cards in the set. This is insane. I don't know what it is about this channel and fat packs, but there you go. Gideon Battleforged. Turn to Frog is our 3rd. Love Turn to Frog. That card's great. Our rare or mythic is Liliana Heretical Healer. You've got to be kidding me with this box. There's no way this is happening. Flip Liliana over for everyone.
Wow.
She flips into Liliana Defiant Necromancer. Because why not? Why not get 2 planeswalkers and a foil hangerback walker and another mythic and 2 packs left? Okay.
This is not a booster box. This is just a fat
It's
pack.
9 packs.
Right?
There you go, Landmark
Yeah.
Wastes. We have a foil rare land in Caves of Koilos as well. It's the red-black, or the white-black, excuse me, land that deals 1 damage to you, a pain land. That's, okay.
Beautiful.
Okay. Alright, so sure, a foil Caves of Koilos, why the hell not? We are actually, so, like, again, that's why I said I don't know what it is with this channel and fat packs. Like, that was the 2nd fat pack in a row, and that's what was in it. 9
Right.
packs.
Yep.
A foil rare, the 3rd most expensive card in the set, including mythics. It was the 3rd most expensive card in the set because it's Hangerback Walker, of course. And 2 mythic planeswalkers and a foil dual land as well.
Yeah.
By the way, I turned the volume up. Is it easier to hear? Is it too loud now for all of you, the YouTube video? Let me know, please. Me personally in the channel, I personally am missing the Jace from Magic Origins. I never opened him in all the tons of Magic Origins product that we opened on our channel. I never got a Jace, and I was super unhappy about it. So I picked up a bunch of blisters. I want to open them up, and I want to see if I get a Jace. Anyway, behind that we have... I literally bought 6 packs and was like, let's see if we can get, the rarest card in the set.
Right. And you did.
And then we did.
I complained about the series not being an apt name, and here we go, boys and girls. This is Jace Varin's Prodigy, everyone. So guys, we are here with Amy, who is cosplaying as Saheeli Rai. She has cosplayed other Magic characters in the past, but this is her first Saheeli Rai. And I know personally that Amy worked really hard on this cosplay. It's got bendable wire, it's got the appropriate colored outfit. She even has her own little Felidar Guardian, her dearly departed friend in Standard. Also, Amy.
I thought you did a great job on that one. That was
Thank
my
you.
favorite cosplay that you've done so far. I think.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I think you improved each time, and I think Ginny Faye was phenomenal. So.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Amy is the lucky one of.
That cosplay was sick, Marcus said. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was whatchamacallit? That was GP New Jersey many years ago.
And those shoes were old shoes that I had worn like a million times to like every fancy thing I needed to go to. I wore those gold shoes, right? And they were so old that the soles were broken in half. So every time I took a step, I almost tripped or actually tripped because the ball of the foot of the sole was separate from the heel of the foot of the sole. And so it was just like two pieces like this. And so as I was walking, it was just constantly a battle not to fall in those shoes. But I was like, I need to wear my gold shoes for Saheeli Rai.
I forget who was there in terms of artists, but we saw some artists there at GP New Jersey. We saw Marshall Sutcliffe. He got to come over and chat with us for a little bit because you were in cosplay. I was like, Marshall, did you see Saheeli? And like, just like as like a way to get him to like come chat with us. I think Huey Jensen was doing commentary, if I recall. Seth Manfield was one of the players in like the feature matches and stuff. So it was an interesting one. I got to play some whatever the unset was with contraptions in it. What were you saying?
I was like, unhinged? No, that was an old one.
That was the second one. It was unglued, unhinged, whatever. You all will know. Someone will tell me. But it was whichever the one that had contraptions in it. That was the unset. I got to play a draft of that, which was a ton of fun. But yeah, that was at the GP itself. And we filmed a video of it as well. Obviously, because you just saw part of it. I don't remember what this video is. Of the two of us, I will say. And so it is lucky for us that Amy is here. Bam. Promo, foil, mythic, Ravager Worm, for Gruul. Thank you for being here, Amy. Appreciate it greatly.
So it's eating a bird. It's so perfect. Cool.
It's in our colors, so yeah, this almost certainly gets in. Behind Immolation Shaman, I think we have a foil. Oh my God. What did I say about Amy being lucky? Did I say that? I said that, right? Holy crap. What a Gruul kit. I would have been happy with this no matter where we got it. Domri, as of the end of pre-release, Domri non-foil was the most expensive card in the set.
Really?
So now we have a pack foil Domri. Summary Judgment, definitely not for us, but a great card. Oh my God. I love this card so much. Like, it's just an uncommon, but I love this card. There is nothing wrong with this card. Nothing. And our rare or mythic is... Good God.
Gruul kit.
Usually Amy doesn't join me for openings. Some like pre-release kit openings or
Yeah,
whatever.
usually not.
I was very grateful she joined me for this one.
And the whole thing was Gruul.
And by the way, if it was unclear, none of the cards that we featured besides the promo were in the seeded pack, right? Because if it was a Gruul kit, it would have been a seeded pack for Gruul. Obviously, the promo card is, but the rest of these cards were all from the randomized packs.
Wow.
Because of course they were. Oh my God, why?
Nice.
Just gets better and better. I've seen this video. 50-50 pro wrestler proposes to girlfriend mid-match, safe for work, or pro wrestler breaks his neck mid-match, not safe for work.
Which one have you seen?
The proposal. And maybe I've seen the neck break. I'm not sure which one it is.
Heart?
It's... Oh.
Austin's great.
Too soon.
No, if
This is the breaking his neck.
Oh, now? Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. If he executes this maneuver from the top rope. Oh, and he just jacked his jaw with a forearm. What is this?
don't do it, man.
I'm not ready.
Don't do it. It says in the title, don't do it.
Where's his girlfriend coming from?
Crossing himself.
Oh my god.
No, we were all expecting it. We knew which video this was.
Yeah, but the way that his
does not matter.
No, the way that his head flopped afterwards. He was okay. But
that was a rough one.
Oh, it was ridiculous.
Look at TR like clenching her neck.
I mean, yeah. Dave is guarding his as well with the shoulders.
And you're just like,
Well, because...
Oh, God, why?
He's gonna have problems later.
Yeah, just
Oh, God, no, dude.
He like kept going and like...
So the guy jumped off got thrown off the top rope, broke his neck upon hitting the ground. His opponent ran over and pinned him. The guy with the broken neck kicked out of the pin and then tried to keep doing stuff until he was like, oh, right, I have a broken neck. And so then the guy pinned him again and the match mercifully ended.
God, it was so bad. Oh, no.
But all of us are reacting to the fact that, like, I mean, very blatantly his neck was broken. Like, yeah the video said that he had a broken neck. Very visibly,
yes.
He broke his damn neck.
Yes.
And then... and then we know that he pinned the guy.
Oh, my God.
You okay, man? It's okay. He's not. He's trying to get it out. There it is.
Oh, my God.
And then he
have to come back to this video.
Yeah, can we just watch this video?
That was a YouTube video, too. I'm surprised.
Oh,
was that where she having a...
Oh, all right. I'll skip this part. I don't know. I included that in there because it was a lot. Look at Austin's face.
Yeah.
Right? I should not point it like this. Look at Austin's face. This was, if you do go watch the our second Reddit 50/50 video, I think it's like Geek for All plays Reddit 50/50 again, you'll see this whole thing. But this was a video of a woman giving birth, which,
Right.
I mean, again, not a big deal, but
Right.
I was unaware. At least for this video, wherever this video was filmed,
Right.
when the baby started coming out, you can see my hands in this position. They grabbed the baby by the head because the head had come out. The doctor got like squatted down
Right.
on the floor and yanked that baby out of that person's body.
Right. Like a football player.
It was
That's what it looked like.
insane.
He like hunkered down like this, right? Grabbed the baby's head like a football and just yanked.
And I was like,
It was like, what the fuck is happening?
well, because the video was presented as not safe for men, which is super fucked up. But
Yeah, that's stupid.
It was presented as not safe for men, and all of the guys that were here were like, whatever, like it's it's a video of birth. Who
Right.
cares? And yet by the end of the video, all of us were like, what the hell?
Right. We were like, that's not safe for anyone.
It was so much.
That's not safe for the baby.
Yeah, look at look at our faces. You look very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I was just like, what are they doing to this baby?
Jesus.
Wow, okay.
that's a baby. That's a baby.
Oh, there's so much water. Oh, my God.
Blood pours
bleeding
out.
all
I didn't. I and like hung.
What the fuck?
I grabbed that baby by the neck and just ran
damaged.
Makes it party.
Oh my god. You're like,
We're not gonna talk about that either. But go watch this video.
Oh, it's like caught.
Dealing 3 damage to everything is kind of busted. Oh. Oh. Okay. That's phenomenal. I did not expect this at all.
Flail Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh.
Wow. This is a foil mythic. Not only is it a foil mythic, it's a foil Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh. That is so sweet. Look at that foiling pattern. That looks so cool. Plus, it's a foil Nicol Bolas. I haven't gotten a foil Planeswalker in a long time, and I don't know that I've opened any of them on the channel. So here you go. What a sweet box. Oh my god, and the foiling pattern is so sick. And our rare or mythic is... Well, I was right about 2 things. I was right about the mythic coming up soon, and I was right about getting the second Planeswalker in the same box. So here is Samut the Tested, the second Planeswalker of the set, and there's only 2. So here she is. We now...
By the way, this was a booster box opening. Just FYI.
Yeah.
We'll have 2 mythics out of this box. Both are Planeswalkers, just one of them's foil. A Sinuous Striker and a Devotee of Strength, and our rare or mythic is... I'm either really good at this or just lucky. Here's the Scarab God as a mythic. I was just talking about the gods, and here's one of them. So here's the Scarab God. This one's sweet, and one that we did not have yet, so I'm happy about that. I feel like there's something behind this fraying sanity. Wow, it is a foil full art mountain.
These were a lot less prevalent back then, 5 years ago. Now, like, every set has full art lands, and the land slot could be foil. Back then, this was just the foil slot, and you could get a land. So the foil full art lands were a lot bigger of a deal. Just throwing that out there.
Sweet. And our rare or mythic is... Wow. There we go. We got our 3rd mythic, and it's the Scorpion God. It's another one that I don't believe we had yet. I might be wrong. But here's the Scorpion God to go along with the Scarab God from earlier.
It's not the Scorpion King.
That would be The Rock, Dwayne Johnson.
That's awesome.
Our Nuzlocke.
I'm definitely not going to complain about that. Behind the Scorpion God, we have a foil rare. In the same box that we got a foil Nicol Bolas, we get a foil rare and a sweet-looking one in Torment of Hailfire.
Yeah, that's really
How
gorgeous,
awesome does this card...
Not only that, we're not even close to done from that box. This box was insane.
Looking foil, and how lucky can one guy get in a box opening? Let's see if in these last 9 packs there's anything good, because I would not be surprised or upset if there wasn't, because I feel like we've gotten enough good stuff and I shouldn't be asking or complaining about that. Oh my god.
I forgot we got this.
I didn't.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
What happened in this box, guys? Are you serious? Do you see this card? This is an invocation. In the same box that we got a foil Planeswalker and a foil rare. That is disgusting. And our rare or mythic is a Razaketh the Foul-Blooded.
Wow.
As a 4th mythic in the box. This is unnecessary. Like, this is becoming unnecessary. I am super pleased. Here's a Razaketh the Foul-Blooded. It was another one that I don't believe we had yet, so that's sweet.
I know you didn't introduce me at the beginning of this video, but I'm coming out of the woodwork because this is an insane booster box.
So that was in our first apartment again. And yeah, you were elsewhere in the apartment, but the apartment ain't that big. Amy knew I was going to be filming, and I don't even remember what you were doing, like working in the other room or something.
I stopped doing it.
Well, because I kept flipping out, because we just kept opening more and more mythics, more and more foils and planeswalkers, and it was nuts. Absolutely nuts. And so that's it. Then that's the end of that video. I can go back to the booth here. We got some other stuff to talk about. But that was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And so...
I'm going to take my headphones off now that we're not doing it.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea. Thank you for bringing it up. Holy crap, I can do the same. Ow, right in the eye. Anyway,
My hair was so wet when I put it up that the hair comb has like all droplets on the inside of the...
Yes, that is also why my hair is wet. Not from the sweat from turning the air conditioning off. Oh, it's so hot in here.
Oh my god.
Anyway, it's fine. But with that being said, I did something this morning, and it's one of the reasons why we were a little bit late starting, so I do
Yeah.
apologize for that. But
it was important, guys.
since that 5-year video came out at the beginning of June of 2020,
I gotta fix my... I want my shirt to look good because it's got our logo on it.
in pre-recorded videos only, I had to go in and check this manually because even if it exists, I could not figure out a way of how to do this on YouTube.
Oh, to actually check for this stat?
Yes.
Okay.
Manually, I checked it. Since that 5-year video came out, pre-recorded videos only, not counting live streams.
I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry.
Get a tissue.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt this.
It's fine.
Wait for me. Okay.
Since that video that we just watched came out 5 years ago, we have produced, in pre-recorded content only, 13 days, 19 hours, and 20 seconds of content.
Whoa.
Pre-recorded only, not counting live streams.
Okay.
If you were to watch every video that came out on this channel from the day after or the video after that 5-year video to the most recent video that we just put out, you would be watching or could be watching for a non-stop 13 days, 19 hours, and 20 seconds.
Wow. That's really cool.
And again, that's not counting live streams because as we know, some of our live streams, our streamer event live streams or whatever, have gone for 12 plus hours.
Right.
Some of them a little less, but some of them 12 plus. So you figure every 2 of those that we've done equals another day added on top of that.
Sure.
And each of our weekly streams are 2 hours long. So you figure at minimum every 12 of those is another day. That was very loud. Is another day. Mm-hmm. Now, I checked these stats on Friday at 4:30 p.m. So just be aware that numbers will have gone up and down and etc. since then. Geek for All, this channel, has, I mentioned in the 5-year video that in 5 years we had made 600 videos and had 70,000 total views. On this channel now, 5 years later, we have 1,309 videos.
Whoa.
With 125,200 views.
Uh-huh.
And again, that's as of Friday at 4:30 p.m. or so.
Okay. I'm like trying to wrap my mind around these numbers.
Mm-hmm. Video Games for All has, since its inception, which by the way, I checked, this channel was created, because I used to use this channel just as my YouTube channel when I was subscribing and watching my own content
Right.
when I was in college and law school, it turns out. This channel was created back in 2007.
Okay.
I think YouTube was created in 2006.
Wow.
So very shortly after YouTube became a thing, I had my own account on here and was using it often, subscribing, watching content, etc.
Of course, yeah. Otherwise, why would you have gotten it, right?
Fair. But so the channel was created in 2007, but that was the old name for the channel, etc. Like I said, we became Geek for All when we made that video that you all saw at the beginning of the 5-year video.
Right.
Video Games for All was created August 18th, 2017. That's when the channel was made.
Okay.
Since then, that channel has 1,115 videos on it.
Wow. That's a lot of fucking videos.
Yes. It is less than this channel has, but that channel has more views than this channel does in total. This channel currently has 125,200. Video Games for All has 152,395.
Yeah.
And
well, more people are gonna like watching video game content than Magic the Gathering content. That's a little more niche.
yes, it's a lot more broad that the audience that we could reach.
Right.
Gluten Free for All.
Yeah.
I checked your stats as well. October 4th, 2019 is when that channel was created.
Okay.
So only 6 years ago,
Right.
a little less than 6 years ago. Now,
It still feels new to me.
fair, and again, drastically less subscribers than
Right.
the other two channels, right? So I'm reading these stats. I am impressed with these stats. I think
Okay.
you should be as well. And obviously they are drastically less than the other two that I just read off. That is not where we're going here. I just want people to know.
Yeah, because if we think Magic the Gathering is niche,
It's true. Yeah.
yeah, gluten-free food channel is even more niche. And
That's
then, you know, on top of that, I only make one video a month.
But, right, and there was a gap when
Right.
we moved into this house.
Right.
But you have 41 videos on that channel.
Okay.
And a very, in my opinion, very respectable 8,035 views.
Oh, wow. Yeah, actually, that's a lot better than I expected. Yeah.
Yeah. But that means that in total, across all three of our channels, we have produced 2,465 videos
Wow.
in 10 years
That's kind of crazy.
and have accumulated 285,630 views.
How many?
285,630.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The individual most viewed, or sorry, the first videos on each of these channels. This channel, June 3rd, 2015. On Video Games for All, August 27th, 2019. So the channel was created in 2017. It took over 2 years for us to put the first video on it
Wow. Yeah.
in 2019. And that was Pokemon Red. The first episode of Pokemon Red. You saw the one from this channel, which was the whatever Masters set that was opening, like the second Modern Masters set, I think,
Oh, okay.
2017 or something like that. I don't know. Or 2015. Would have to be Modern Masters 2015 because it was produced in 2015. And then Gluten Free for All's first video was actually a Magic the Gathering video.
Yeah.
It was the Great Eldraine Bake Off MTG Amy's Dish video submission
Exactly.
where you made Binox.
Yes. I made traditional Middle Ages recipe Binox.
Yep.
Which is just like a little oat bread.
Yeah, like a little like muffin type or scone type thing.
Yeah, it's like a scone. Yeah. With raisins, and it's typically made like in a fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it was very fun and cool, and it was a fun thing to research, and it was a fun thing to make. So
It was a hell of a lot better than the video I made.
that's true.
Anyway, hopefully if you saw that, you know what I mean. Of the three channels, the most viewed video on Gluten Free for All is the Valentine's Day
Oh,
Simple Mills Chocolate Muffin and Cake Mix
okay.
Brownie gluten-free dessert.
Yeah, because it can be kind of a cake, it can be kind of a muffin, it can be kind of a brownie. It depends on like how you make it.
And that was from February 8th of 2022. And that has 342 views.
That's a lot for one video on Gluten Free for All.
Again, especially with, the channel currently only has 55 subscribers.
Right. That's actually insane that it got so many views.
Which, by the way, if you have not done so already, The other 2 channels besides this one are linked down in the description box below. Please don't forget, while you're here or there, to subscribe and ring that bell. We appreciate it. On this channel, Geek for All, I actually was incorrect, because that video that we watched that I said was the most viewed video on the channel, that was the Eldritch Moon Fiancé Fat Pack battle. That is not the most viewed video on the channel. Shadows over Innistrād's Fiancé Fat Pack battle is the most viewed video on this channel. That is from April 10th of 2016.
Wow.
Very long time ago.
Yes.
With 4,000...
That's almost a full 10 years old. Yeah.
Correct. 4,812 views.
Wow. That's still the top video on our channel.
Yes, and second one is the Commander Masters opening, where we opened so many jeweled lotuses. So many. Anyway, but that is the second most viewed video. It's climbing every day. That video is the Commander Masters one. I didn't believe it would become our second most viewed. You had more faith than I did in that.
Yeah, I was fairly certain it would.
I will still say I don't think it will beat the Shadows over Innistrad Fiancé Fat Pack battle, but I would like for it to. So if you all have not gone and seen that video, I encourage you to do so. You can go by the videos tab on the channel and then sort by popular. It'll be, again, the second most viewed video. You're more than welcome to go check it out if that is something that you want to overtake the one from 2016. And then the video that we have created with the most views ever is Pokemon Red, Episode 1 on Video Games for All from August 27th, 2019. The first video to ever go up on Video Games for All.
Wow.
Is the most viewed video we've ever created with 5,877 views.
That's so cool.
It is. And notably, in the grand scheme of YouTube, those numbers are not great. But I'm very proud of them.
I am too.
And, you know, many people could easily come in here and say, well, you know, people get hundreds of thousands of views right after they upload. Yes, you're right. And they've been doing it maybe even a lot less than we have, or a lot, you know, for a lot less time than we have. That's fine. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm very proud that we've been doing this for 10 years and have gotten all of this stuff out of it.
Right.
That's the stats that I was able to gather as of today.
They're pretty cool. They're pretty special.
I agree. And speaking of special, we can go over some of our favorite moments. And this is where we want to hear from you as well. If you have a favorite moment, a favorite video, whatever you want to call it, from the channel, or a favorite thing that we do. Like if it's like, I love when Joe talks about drawing too many land. And like if that's truly what it is, let us know in chat.
Hey.
Or if you're watching this on the VOD, let us know in the comments. We want to hear from you. So please let us know.
Or Amy's hatred of birds, or, you know, the fact that, you know, I don't know. Whatever it is.
Yeah. Now, something that I was going to ask if people wanted to talk about when they first found us, right? C. Holland mentioned when they first found us. So you can also let us know when you first started watching. Erica mentioned already, but anybody that's out there, again, watching the VOD or live.
C. Holland says, yeah, you do it because you want to, not because it's your job.
That's right.
That's right, because we don't get paid for this.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm gonna put more of my hair behind this thing.
So yes, when because we just did the stats, let us know what you remember us from. What's the first thing that you remember watching of ours? But also, we'll talk about some favorite moments while you all are typing that, and we will, we can talk about that. We watched the 5-year video that had some of our favorite moments in it, but we have a list here as well. So one of the things that we did, I mean, obviously we showed it in the 5-year video, and it's been a bit because in this house things became a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
This house was very important that we purchased it so that we could own our own home and like start earning some equity in a home. but it was also a lot. We talked about the stories and the situations that we came across and ran into and etc.
Yeah.
But it made a lot of things a lot more difficult. We were finally able to get Gluten Free for All back up and running. But one of the things that we were not able to get back up and running yet is Jar.
Right.
It is not something that we abandoned. It is not something that we don't care about, but it is something that took us a fair bit to get going. And we've been working on it. It'll take us a little bit longer, especially because we're trying to keep up with Video Games for All right now as well. We've got some stuff to produce there, but we did a lot of Jar. And so, Amy, you wanted to talk a bit about your favorite Magic stories.
Yeah.
Because Jar, I guess, for folks who are unfamiliar, if you're newer to the channel, Jar, yes, stands for Joe and Amy Review, but it's where we review the Magic the Gathering stories.
Right. So the most important ones to me, I loved the Magic the Gathering stories. I'm not a Magic the Gathering player. So the stories were really the things about Magic the Gathering that I cared about, that I loved. And I say that in the past tense because we haven't done them in a really long time. But we will come back to them. Okay. Yahenni's story, Born of Ether, from Kaladesh by Alison Lors. That's one of my favorite stories, for sure. I loved the character of Yahenni. I loved the fact that Yahenni kind of sort of flirted with Nissa a lot. Nissa's my favorite planeswalker.
She's up there. Wait, there.
Yeah. I was like, where are you pointing?
Hey, look. Yeah.
Yes. And kind of did this sort of beautiful way of explaining why Nissa was part blue in that particular set.
Just that one. This one right here. This is where she's green and blue.
Even though there was no like real reason for it other than that they needed a blue planeswalker in that set. So they kind of just were like, well, here it is. And then Alison Lors, because she's incredible at writing, was able to sort of tie that aspect of it in a beautiful way, even though there wasn't like a lot to it or a lot of like reason for it. And that happened a lot to Alison Lors when she had to write stories and she became the story team.
Yeah, she went from part of it to all of it.
Yeah. Because everyone else was gone at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to the point where they literally had the stories go from being attributed to individuals by saying like, you know, this one's by Alison Lors, this one's by so-and-so, and we'll bring up more people's names in a moment, to basically saying it's written by the Magic Story team. But that's because it was always written by Alison Lors, and so she would have gotten the byline on every single one of those stories.
Right, exactly. The Hand That Moves is my absolute favorite Magic story of all time.
It's another Nissa one.
It's from Amonkhet, and it's by Ken Troop.
Ken Troop is notorious for writing existential stories about female characters in Magic.
Right.
He did it with Captain...
That are so good.
Yes, he did it with Captain Tazri. He did it with Drana, I believe. And he did it with Nahiri. And then this is the one that he did with Nissa.
And all of those characters were characters that we collectively really loved.
Yes. Yeah, his stories are... They all followed that theme, and he did such a good job of it.
Yeah. No, you called her Captain Tazri.
General Tazri.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, she wasn't always General Tazri, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if she was Captain. I may have just misspoken.
But she didn't start out as General Tazri, but she became General Tazri, and that is one of Joe's favorite stories.
Well, it's one of my favorite characters.
Okay.
I do like that story, but it's not one of my favorite stories. We'll get to mine in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I talk about The Hand That Moves all the time because that's my all-time favorite Jar story, and it's just incredible.
Yeah.
But the other one that I think is going to be shocking to people with how much I really disliked this character for a really long time, Liliana's redemption story from Dominaria United, Homecoming by Shannon Maguire. That story was really incredible. I went into that story going, oh, great, like it's going to be another Liliana story. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't like Liliana. I know that they're going to try to redeem her. I don't think she deserves the redemption arc.
Well, because they weren't, the issue was, if I recall correctly, is that they weren't trying to redeem her. They were just telling you that she was redeemed.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
Like, there was never any, she didn't earn it.
Right.
It was just like, oh, well, she feels bad, so everybody, you know, just agree that she can be a main character again because we
Right.
want her to be. And it's like, but she did, like, really horrible shit, and, like, you gotta, like, actually redeem her and, like, tell us why.
Right.
And then they did.
Yeah. And then Shannon Maguire did.
Right.
Shannon Maguire did an amazing job of taking the character of Liliana and turning her into a character that I could actually finally like and respect. And so I did. So those are my 3 favorite Magic the Gathering stories of all time.
Yeah. I will give it's one of my favorites, but I can understand that it's one of my favorites because of the situation surrounding it, along with the fact that it's a great story. But from Shadows over Innistrad, one of my favorites is Games by Alison Lures. I really like that story because it was written in the style of letters back and forth between Gisa and Geralf as brother and sister. And it was not all love.
No,
going back and
definitely
forth.
not.
But also, I'll say, from that 5-year video that we watched, that jar where it was us and Dave, Austin, Tiara, Schnaz, all of us together, that was that jar for Games. I was the only person in that room who did not have a sibling. And does not have a sibling. And we were reviewing a story about 2 siblings writing letters back and forth to each other. So I could talk about it from a Magic perspective, from a perspective of Geralf or whatever, Gisa and Geralf, but not from a sibling perspective. I didn't have that perspective. I don't. Everybody else was able to talk about that. And so it wasn't just Amy giving the sibling perspective. We had 4 other voices as well to add in. So I liked that story because of what it was, but I also liked it because of how we were able to review it.
Yeah.
So that and the situation surrounding it is one of my favorites.
That's cool.
We both really liked, from Shadows over Innistrad, I Am Avacyn by Doug Beyer. Mm-hmm. That was an incredible one of how Avacyn got corrupted and eventually killed by, or destroyed, or whatever you want to call it, by Sorin. How that had to come about and come to pass. And so that was, what an incredible story that was. It was the final story, if I recall, from Shadows over Innistrad, and it was, what a great way to close it out. And it was the first stories that we reviewed were Shadows over Innistrad stories.
Yeah.
So what a great way to end the first cycle of stories, of sets of stories that we read on as Jar, or reviewed as Jar.
Right.
And then last but not least, my actual favorite Magic the Gathering story ever is from Kaladesh. It is Release by Chris Latois. It is one of the few, if only, Magic stories that I have actively cried while reading. Yeah. Absolutely incredible story. That story focuses around my favorite Planeswalker,
A
Johnny. He's over there. There he is.
I'm trying to duck a little bit.
It's fine. He was coming to terms with the loss of his friend, Elspeth. He went to talk to Tamio about it and visited with her family and her kids, her and her kids, and her partner, I believe, as well, was in that one. And it was such an incredible story, and he really like bared his soul. He talked about how he felt about that loss and what he could learn from it, and got the support from Tamio and her kids,
Right.
being cute and, you know, caring for him and letting him, as the big, strong pacifist, let out his emotions and have that release. It was such an incredible story. I loved it. I have since looked up, it's been a bit, but at one point I looked up Chris Latois to see if he was doing anything else, and I wasn't able to find much about him. If anybody has more information, you're welcome to let me know.
Yeah, that stinks.
But I also wanted to bring up, and I want to get to Marcus's comment as well, but I wanted to bring up one other thing around jar type stuff. Something that I'm proud of, and I want an honorable mention of these videos that we did outside of Magic Story, but were still things that we wanted to talk about. We did videos called the Magic Story Problems, with the S in parentheses.
Yeah.
What to expect with Magic Story, and communication in the Vorthos community. We made these videos because we were pretty entrenched in the Vorthos community. We're making these videos every week. We were getting reached out to by some of the writers and creators.
Right.
Some of the people whose names we've already mentioned.
Right.
Literally reaching out to us and DMing us and talking to us about stuff because they saw that we were reviewing these stories every single week.
Right. I had the necklace that Kimberly Kryness made.
That's right.
With Nissa's card on it.
And she wrote some of the Nissa stories. She was the Nissa writer for a while. That if it was a Nissa story, Kimberly Kryness wrote it. And people reached out to us to answer our questions and you know, stuff like that. And we were able to talk to them privately. I'm purposefully not mentioning their names because they didn't ask us to talk about it publicly. But I thought that was really cool that we had like that in through line to the authors of the stories or the creators that were making these things.
It really meant a lot from like an emotional and community standpoint for us to have the people who wrote these stories like give a damn about us because, you know, we loved the stories so much, and, you know, especially knowing what happened later with the stories and the people who wrote them, like that was a big deal to us at the time, and it's an even bigger deal to us now. Yeah. It's something we can really hold dear because we know it's something we'll never get back.
Yeah. And I will say, C. Holland, you mentioned all thanks to watching the Profs videos. What does that mean? Because you were watching the Profs videos, you got us recommended to you, or how did that come about? I guess I'll ask.
Yeah.
And then when we wrote the Magic Story Problems, when we filmed the Magic Story Problems, it was a pretty serious issue. We had concerns, and we made that video. I have to say, right, because we can talk about and compare ourselves to more successful channels, I guess. And I do, today is a day of celebration. I do tend to get a little bitter about it sometimes, but I will move on in this instance. All I will say is, a while after we made that video, it was like, I think, if I remember correctly, because it's been a bit, the Professor and Spice 8-Rack made a video together talking about their issues with the Magic Story and creation of the stories for Magic in general. And they brought up so many of the points that we did months prior, weeks prior, days prior, whatever it was. And that irked me a lot in multiple ways. One, I was very pleased that we were able to key into those same issues that were being brought up by the voices in the community that everybody was listening to. And even if it was not our voices. But, of course, it frustrated me because in no way do I think that they copied us. In no way do I think that they watched our video at all. In no way do I think that they took those talking points from us. I don't. Because it was very obvious to us. It just took them that much extra time to talk about it. But then their video was where that discussion got to actually start. We had started it so long before. So that frustrated me a little bit at the time. I understand now, right? The Professor is a pillar of the community and So many people go to him for those things. Spice 8 Rack, an incredible creator. He does a very good job. And you can tell that he puts the time and effort into his videos because of how much time in between each one it needs to be taken so that he can do the research, the writing, the editing, etc. And I've done videos where I write, I edit, and I, produce the video or whatever. Like, that takes a very long time. So I'm not trying to take anything away from either of those two people. But, like I said, it made me feel good while upset at the same time. Because I liked that we were able to know that, we weren't just posers, right? We did have our finger on the pulse of what the issues were with the Magic story. It's just that we didn't have the outreach that those two did when they made their video, where again, they brought up many of the same points that we did, where we had done it well prior. I get it. And again, I'm not here to be bitter because one, that was a very long time ago and we've been away from reviewing the Magic stories for like 2 years now. But we do want to get back to it.
Yeah.
We are working on it. We have to get our house in order, literally and figuratively first.
Yeah, literally.
Yes. But so I wanted to give those a shout out because those I enjoyed making. We were angry sometimes when we made those videos.
Yeah. But
we made them for a reason, and I think that I'm proud of the stuff that we did when we talked about that.
Yeah.
Now, this is the Magic the Gathering channel, or our Magic the Gathering channel, but we have 2 other channels. And I will start, because Video Games for All is our second of 3 channels. Video Games for All you were a little resistant to it at first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean when we started making the videos, I mean before you even agreed to make them at all.
Yeah, the idea of Video Games for All was not one I was interested in.
Yeah, because I had come up with it well before we started.
Yeah, a long time before.
And you, like I said, you were not interested.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't grow up with video games. I didn't think about video games. I didn't care about playing video games. I was like, well, I've never done video games and I don't plan on starting. What's the point? And on top of that, I also felt like when you were like, but people are going to care what you have to say about these things because of your unique perspective. I was like, no one's going to give a fuck. Like,
well, but because you didn't understand the storytelling aspect of it.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't understand.
I thought video games were pretty much all the same. And, I wasn't interested in them. And I was like, okay, but like, people who are interested in video games aren't going to care what I have to say about them. I don't even like them, and it's like, no, you just don't know what they are. You don't know anything about them.
Right. And I mean, again, I was still able to cater them a bit when we first started to be like, we're going to try these because these are the ones that you're going to enjoy, as opposed to racing games, shooting games. Like, that may not be your thing.
Right.
Totally fine. I know your personality well enough that it probably wouldn't be a thing that you would very much enjoy. But, and I can see Halo over my shoulder right here. And that was an example. There was the first person shooter that we played on the channel, and you didn't enjoy it. To be fair, I was trash at it. But, and so maybe if we actually progressed in the game, you might have enjoyed it. Maybe. But also, I think if and when we ever go back to Halo, it will be on stream, not a pre-record. Yeah. And at the time, I think that we made Halo the first time, we were only doing pre-recorded. So that may be why, because it was like, well, this is the only avenue we have to make this type of content, but then you have to sit there and watch me die over and over and over and over again. And it's something that on its base is not something that's enjoyable to you to begin with. Right. So even though there would be story associated with the game, you have to get through the shooting parts to get there.
Right.
And it wasn't entertaining for you because, one, I was bad, and two, it's just not, it wasn't what you wanted in the first place.
Right.
So, totally fine. But like I said, then we were able to cater the games. So, I'm going to go first because, again, Video Games for All is more important about what Amy thinks than what I think. But we have had many instances where we've had the opportunity for me to experience games for the first time as well.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of the games that I show Amy are games that I have played, but some I haven't. Some I've seen played, and then this will be the first time with me, or would be the first time with me actually holding the controller and performing the actions or whatever. But sometimes I have no idea what's going to happen, and I can be just as shocked as you, or just as emotionally responsive as you, or
Right.
etc. But so my favorite video games that we've done on Video Games for All, right? Because my favorite video game is right there. And we did play it on Video Games for All, but it's not going to be on my list because while it was fun and I enjoyed it, it did not create some of my favorite moments from Video Games for All like these other games did.
Okay.
So,
Because I've got a couple of those too, I think, that didn't make this list for me because they didn't have big moments, like big YouTube moments.
sure, yeah.
Even though it was a game that my brain goes back to thinking about on a semi-frequent basis.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, favorite video games for me, it shouldn't have to be said, but Pokemon is up there for sure. So many incredible moments, and obviously the reception from all of you has been beyond what I could have possibly imagined, right? People will tell you Pokemon content does very good on YouTube, does very well on YouTube, as does Minecraft. Minecraft not on my list, interestingly, although I did enjoy it, but it didn't have those big moments like all the Pokemon games do.
Right.
And we are at the tail end of Gen 5 right now on Video Games for All, going into Gen 6. That's a lot. We've been doing this for a while. Yeah. And like we talked about, that first video for Pokemon Red came out in 2019. So in 6 years, 5.5 to 6 years, we've played 5 generations of Pokemon. And we're going to keep going. Like I said, Gen 6 will start in the next month and a half or so. So stay tuned for that. So Pokemon's up there for me. I really enjoyed playing Star Fox 64 on the channel. I enjoyed Star Fox 64 in general, but I wouldn't put it in my top 10 favorite games of all time or anything. But when I played it on Video Games for All, it was very fun and interesting. We got to make 3 episodes out of it. Easy mode, medium difficulty, and hard mode, basically, of the 3 routes in the game, for those that are familiar with it. A little embarrassing how the hard route ended for us. Or not ended, but what went to get us to the end. But we did finish it, so that matters. That's relevant.
Sure.
And I really enjoyed it. Ocarina of Time went very, very well. One, I loved how much you loved the music, the art style, etc. We may talk about that in a moment when Amy lists her favorites. And so I'll let you talk more about it. But okay. I loved getting your reactions to that game, right?
Yeah.
What I love about Pokemon is that all the people that are watching, or many of the people that are watching, are like, oh my God, she's about to come up against this really difficult challenge. And you don't know that. So you're just like, all right, whatever, let's do it. And then you just luck sack it out and win. And everybody's like, what the hell just happened? So because you don't.
That's how I do, baby.
Yeah. Because you don't know.
I don't.
But so that's the type of stuff I love from Pokemon. Ocarina of Time is different, right? Yeah. There aren't really major surprises in Ocarina of Time for us. There are difficult challenges or whatever. And I mean, again, I was playing the game. But you got to be surprised.
Right.
You got to experience that game, experience the art, the story, the music, etc., and enjoy it for what it is, like all of us already do, right?
Yeah.
And then it's a dual thing, but Life is Strange / Detroit Become Human. Again, we'll talk more about this when we get to Amy's list, I guess. But the fact that those games are so real.
Yeah.
They're games, but they're visual novels, so to speak, right? Yeah, there are some quick time events and you press some buttons or whatever, but it's not really. They're visual novels. And you get to go through that story with gameplay, with making the choices that you make, and changing the game in those ways, but still not, the game still gets to tell its story, but you are impacting that story.
Right.
And I say Life is Strange, I don't just mean Life is Strange. We also did Life is Strange Before the Storm. We eventually will get to Life is Strange 2 and Double Exposure or whatever it's called. Like, there are many other Life is Strange games that we can get to. We have Sequel Sunday for a reason. So stay tuned for that. But Life is Strange and Detroit Become Human. I think in both Life is Strange and Detroit Become Human, tears. I mean, just tears. Beautiful story. I knew what was going to happen in those games. But still, going through it and experiencing it through you and in general makes it so much more interesting.
Right.
We love stories. We just talked about reviewing the Magic stories. We love stories. And so playing through those games that are so story heavy and are just heavy.
Right.
They are very heavy games in certain instances. And we played through them. We experienced them. And it was I would say it was rough sometimes, but again, emotionally taxing.
But yeah, like you said, story heavy and heavy. And that's our thing, right? That's why we started with Jar, because we were reading the Magic the Gathering stories and they were story heavy and they were heavy.
Yeah.
And that really resonated with me and the trauma that I was trying to get through, in my life.
Yeah, I mean, you were still
very heavily entrenched in.
Yeah.
And that was one of the ways I was able to get out of that situation in my life.
Yeah. In fact, I'll interrupt.
It was arguably the main way.
Yeah.
Was reading the Magic the Gathering stories. Yeah.
Yeah. And before we talk about your favorites, I want you to read Marcus's thing.
Okay. He says, I found Geek for All in 2017. I had just gotten back into Magic and was looking for MTG lore content. Ether Revolt had just come out and Jar was special.
And I do remember, Marcus, that you were an avid Jar viewer. And again, especially because we weren't streaming at that time. We didn't start streaming until 2020. So I remember you being able to participate in that Jar discussion and stuff like that. So what a cool way to have found us.
Yeah.
Really cool.
And I love that you said it like that, because it really was special. I mean, like I said, it really is the way I got through a lot of shit in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't talk about this. Where is it? I thought Oh, we just haven't. Okay.
Checking his notes.
Yeah, well, because there was a list of things that I wanted to talk about. So I think now's an appropriate time. I apologize that we'll get to your favorites.
We'll skip around a little bit. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, Nicol Bolas is here saying, congratulations on 10 years. I love the content. Show up live when I can and watch your VODs. Thank you. That's
all that we can ask. Thank you so much, Nicol Bolas. We appreciate it. Welcome. And yeah, thank you for the congratulations. It means a lot.
Yes.
We didn't do this before, but this channel started back in 2015 when I was home. I was at my parents' house. I had graduated from law school and was having trouble finding a job. You don't necessarily think about that, right? Lawyers not being able to find a job. I had passed the New York State Bar, the most notoriously difficult bar exam in the country, on my first try.
Yeah.
Which was, I mean, what an incredible experience. What an incredible feeling.
Yeah.
I'm wearing this shirt today because it is my lucky shirt. On the back it says, expect no mercy. I wore it both days of the bar. You can judge me if you want to. But I wore it both days because I told the bar exam to expect no mercy. And it didn't. I beat it. And, on my first try. But I then ended up going home and not being able to find a job.
Yeah.
for a while.
A long time.
Yeah. It was like 2-3 years.
2 or 3 years, yeah.
And then I found like little things here and there until I found my major job that allowed us to move up here. And I worked there for 8 years.
Yeah.
Doing YouTube all along the way, because we were doing YouTube. I started doing it because I didn't have a job.
Right.
And so it was one of my ways, if we're getting real, it was one of my ways that I could have some wins in my life.
Yeah.
To be fair, all those people that you saw in those group videos were a part of it as well, right? Because when we would hang out, that was a way to have a win, because we were with friends, we were with loved ones. And again, my parents were great and gracious. I love and appreciate them. I always will. I was able to stay in their home, and they went off to work and I did not. But I stayed behind and followed along with Magic content and made videos and things like that. So
Nicole Bolas says, coming back from one life in a magic duel against you will live rent-free in my mind forever. It's a precious memory of mine.
that is so cool, Nicole Bolas. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's incredible. I'm truly grateful that we can give those memories to people. That's awesome. And congratulations on coming back from one life. I am sure that it was well earned.
Yeah.
Because one is not zero. We've done it many times, and it feels incredible each and every time.
All the time.
Yeah, so congrats to you. That's awesome. And again, thank you for sharing that with us. That's so cool.
Yeah. Really special.
Doing things like Jar, driving to the draft. When we first started, again, we weren't Geek for All when we first started. We were Team Titty Sprinkles. In fact, the Critical Role poster over Amy's shoulder, the red one underneath Nissa.
That's fun.
Yeah. It says 2 Team Titty Sprinkles on the top. That was from 2015, 2016, when I met Critical Role. I met the cast of Critical Role at New York Comic Con, or technically outside of New York Comic Con, but it was because of New York Comic Con.
Right.
And I got them to sign that. And I asked...
I wasn't there.
No, it's just me, yeah. And I asked Travis, who, if you're familiar with the show, I asked Travis, who was the one selling the posters, or at least giving the poster out. I asked him to make it out to our gaming group. And our gaming group was Team Titty Sprinkles. When I got back from law school, one of the first things that I did when I met up with my friends was I said to them, I was like, I've been watching this D&D show, and it turns out the now, looking back on it, the DM of that show is not a great dude. I didn't know that. I was just watching a D&D show on The Escapist. If you're familiar, it was called I Hit It With My Axe. And shout outs to the players in that game. They were all, I believe, adult film stars. Female adult film stars. Again, I was just watching a lot of The Escapist back then. Loading Ready Run, Movie Bob, and like stuff like that. I loved those folks. And then I Hit It With My Axe was on, and I was like, I have to watch this. It seems cool. But I knew very little about D&D, except that I knew that my high school friends played it back in high school.
Right.
I just was never interested.
Same.
Yeah. And so... But when
I watched that show with you a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah. And I liked it.
Yeah. And so it was interesting, but it spoke to me a bit, because I was like, oh, you could just... Whatever you can think of, you just can do, or like try to do. That seems cool. I didn't know that aspect of it was a thing. So started getting into D&D with those friends when I said to them, hey, can we play a game together? And shout out to Austin. We saw Austin there. He was the DM of that D&D game and took us through that game, and it was so good. It was so much fun. We played with 3.5 rules. Anyway, my point in saying all of this is to say that because of how well that game played out, that game ended in phenomenal fashion, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Of course, I was the only one that survived, so of course I thought it was phenomenal. But Shout outs to monks. But I was the only one that survived, but it was such an incredible story. And so when this channel first started, we were filming our new gaming venture in playing Mutants and Masterminds, where our team was Team Titty Sprinkles, or our party was Team Titty Sprinkles. Amy was a part of it for the first time, because you were not part of that first game, like you said. Dave had joined the group, despite the fact that Dave did not go to high school with us, but was a friend of mine through Scouts. And I was able to introduce Dave to all of those people, all of these people. Had you met him prior to that or no? You had to have, right?
I think so, yeah.
I thought so. But Dave got to be introduced to all those folks and fully integrated. I mean, like, without much issue whatsoever.
Yeah.
He joined the first D&D game with us very shortly after. It was like third session or something like that, and we had dozens and dozens of sessions. But that game being as good as it was, again, similar to opening Magic product, made me say, we should record this. Because it was so good, the first D&D game.
Yeah.
And then, as happens with many different playgroups, we didn't finish that game. The Mutants and Masterminds game. We were putting it up a little bit. Those videos are private now. You can't find them on the channel anymore because we never finished it. And, to be honest, it was all audio only. And I taught myself audio editing with a little help from Dave as well.
Yeah.
And I did it did it in such an idiotic way. So stupid, the way that I did it. In fact, hold on. Do I have the thing here still? I think I do. Let's see if I can find it very quickly. If I can. Oh, yep, found it. Okay. This Super Mario notebook right here has my scrawlings of a madman, as I like to call it. Yeah, here they are. I'll show it as best I can. There's just times written down on this paper with notes and stuff, of what we were doing in those moments, etc. And cuts that I wanted to make and things. I just wrote it on paper and then went into the audio editor and edited it by going into the bottom corner where it gave the timestamp. And I was like, select from this time to this time. And it did. And then I was like, delete. That's how I did it. What an idiotic way of editing. And I wrote it on those pieces of paper and then I moved to the notebook. And look, there's just timestamps. That's all it is, all the way down.
Yeah.
And I just did that for pages and pages. Look at this.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Apparently I was eating and spilled oil on here at some point too. But look, that's serial killers, when they find manifestos, don't have stuff like that. What the hell? Anyway.
Oh my gosh.
I tried to write funny moments, so it says here, I hate you, Siri, suck a dick, Siri. Just quotes from people that I wanted to cut that out and put it in, include it in a compilation of funny quotes or something. We had, I think each episode ended with a funny moment, outside of the game, that just had stuff like that in it.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah, I tried.
Is Siri that old? Oh my god. Ew.
But also, from the D&D game and from the Mutants and Masterminds game, right? We put up our first video on YouTube in June 3rd, we said.
Okay, yeah.
Of 2015. On June 25th of 2015, we lost one of our friends. Which sucked, obviously, so much. None of the people that you saw in those videos. He was only in audio on the D&D games. That was really tough for us. And again, people weren't really watching us back then. So, I know a lot of folks, even Marcus, was saying 2017. This was back in 2015.
Yeah.
We had been in talks because we were recording Mutants and Masterminds, we'd been in talks about recording character introductions.
Yeah.
In fact, the literal last audio that we have of him was the video where we talked about, or the audio where we talked about character introductions. But we didn't actually get to film it. In fact, we were planning with him on when we could. And I think it was like less than a week later, or a week later, he had passed. And that was very impactful.
Yeah.
For all of us. The first time that we went to Maryland and stayed in that apartment that we filmed those videos in with Austin and Tiara was shortly after they got that apartment. They didn't even have any furniture yet.
Nope.
We slept on the floor in sleeping bags so that the next day we could go to his funeral.
Yeah.
And we kept the game going after he passed. It wasn't because he passed away that we stopped filming. It was just the DM, or the GM in that case, because it wasn't D&D, it was Mutants and Masterminds. But the GM didn't really want to continue with the story. We couldn't blame him. We then moved on to a D&D game that was sort of a continuation of Austin's game, but not exactly. And that one we didn't get to finish as well, thanks to the pandemic, as well as just people moving on in their lives and moving away and things like that. So those things never came to fruition on the channel, but that's where we started.
Right.
And then when we started working with Champion and doing more Magic stuff than D&D stuff, because that's really where we thought we were going to be doing, was like doing Magic and D&D / Mutants and Masterminds, whatever, like RPGs.
Right.
Or TTRPGs. We thought we were going to be doing both. And then because, we recorded, literally dozens to hundreds of hours of that stuff. But because we never finished it, we never released it. And we probably won't. So even if you ask for it, it probably isn't going to be a thing.
Yeah.
Just be aware. Like, it does exist. We do have it. I've tried to edit it on occasion. But, like, it also was fine. Like, no offense to any of the people in it, right? But now looking at the type of content that we make now, it's fine.
Right.
We do okay.
The camera was poor quality. There was background noise like mad.
Or
people were playing the game. They weren't playing the game for the camera.
Yeah.
Thankfully, right?
Yeah, because it was just for fun.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it didn't make for great content. And then, like you said, the emotional aspects of even just rewatching a lot of this stuff is difficult. And, I know you really struggled and took a lot of time to edit this stuff, but it's not likely that will ever be actually viewable.
Yeah, again, I just don't think it's good enough, really. It's not to discount what you said, because it is emotional to go back through some of that stuff or whatever. It is. But that's not the main reason why we wouldn't put it out. I just don't, like I said, I don't think it's good enough. It was very young in what we were doing,
right.
And we've graduated to better, I'd like to think,
right.
better content now than what we had then. Okay. But also, it's unfinished. Like, if it was something where we became like, and this is not a wish, I'm just giving an example. If we became like a Critical Role, where we started showing you a campaign halfway through, and you were like, this is amazing, we want to know the origins,
right.
Then we could release the shitty origin stuff, But like, to just put that out and it's unfinished, it's not really worth it. It's not really, we're not really interested in doing that. I will point out, we mentioned the friend of ours that we lost. That's his. This skateboard up here of the Hulk that's been in the background of so many streams, videos. It was in our first apartment hanging up. It was in our second apartment. I think we did.
I think we never actually hung it back up in the second apartment because we had issues with it, but we were able to figure out a good place to put it here.
Yeah.
So
in the background of all these streams. We have other things of his. We all do as friends. We were able to talk to his girlfriend and find out stuff that, like, she didn't necessarily need or want, and we could all take as keepsakes and memoriams and things like that. So so that's his. It's shout out to him in the background of our stuff. We love him and we'll miss him, of course, but and again, it's been, a friend of ours mentioned it, it's now been 10 years as of 4 days ago. So that was rough. And I don't say it like we're here at our 10-year anniversary. It was a very odd way to start our YouTube career of like, hey, we're going to be making these videos with all of our friends. Minus one friend now. Yeah. Very quickly into it. And yet again, like you said, I am so grateful for the audio recordings that we have of him and of our interactions with him. I have on audio my last conversation with him. Yeah. We played it.
And how special is that? Most people don't have that.
No, correct.
Yeah.
But I have it, and not only do I have it where my last words to him were, I love you. Because even prior to his passing, after his passing, it was never a question. We always said, I love you to our friends. Always. Please, by the way, speaking from experience, tell the people that you love them. It means something. It was never for us, but it's not a toxic masculinity thing. I don't care if you're man, woman, or non-binary. Tell people that you love them. It matters.
Yeah.
Sorry. We listened to that audio on the way to his funeral in the car because it was a 4 or 5 hour drive. So we got to listen to that.
Go all the way down to Maryland in that fucking storm.
No. That wasn't that year.
Oh.
The storm was well after.
The storm was later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because again, they had furniture at that point.
Oh, right.
We went and slept on the floor.
Yeah, you're right.
My ex-girlfriend, who's again just a friend of ours, slept in a closet.
Yeah.
God bless her. She slept in a closet in that room.
All the rest of us slept, in a clump on the floor.
We did. I mean, in sleeping bags. I think my pillow was my duffel bag.
Yeah.
But we made it work because it wasn't about our comfort, right? We were just there for him and his girlfriend and to support them and show them love because they deserved it.
Yeah.
And we were there for ourselves, obviously, and to support our other friends and our, collectively.
Yeah.
So that we could be there for one another.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, all of that is to say that that's how the channel started, was because I wanted a win. I wanted a few wins. I needed them. And by the time the channel got bigger, I had already been working. I had already found that job. Which is good because we needed to eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
But speaking of emotional stuff, Amy.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with your list of your favorite games? I'm sorry to have interrupted it, but I did want to tell that story of the history of the channel, and because again, many of you, we have mentioned Marcus as like our oldest viewer, and even he mentioned 2017. So there were 2 years or so in there before you found us, Marcus, where we were doing stuff. It just wasn't, stuff that a lot of people wanted to see necessarily. Jar was really the first like consistent series that we had recurring viewers for and a fan base and like recognizable names in the comments and things like that. And then once we got to do streams, once 2020 came around and we were like, hey, we've got time to be filming this stuff, we might as well stream.
Right.
And we'll get into that a little bit more later as well. But that's when we, again, got even more recognizable names of consistent viewers like Erica, C. Holland, etc.
Right. So my favorite games. Life is Strange. Still my favorite.
The first episode of Life is Strange, second ever video on Video Games for All.
It was second ever video on Video Games for All.
Yeah.
And that game is still my favorite. Detroit Become Human, number 2.
Same reason.
Definitely.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
And I was crying during it.
Me too. Me too. The last like 2 or 3 episodes. In fact, the one you cried more than you've ever cried in a video. And this is not to shame you. Obviously, it's just stating a fact.
Yeah.
Because, by the way, there's no shame in crying. Just throwing that out there if anybody needed to hear that. I literally just did it.
I'm doing it right now.
The most crying I think you've ever done in a YouTube video was during Life is Strange Before the Storm. That last episode that we filmed, that bonus content video or whatever it was the most you've ever... I cried a fair bit as well, but it's definitely the most that you've ever cried, because it was like you like openly sobbed during the end of that.
Yeah.
But we've cried in a lot of different, again, just good storytelling, man. That's what matters. That's what counts.
Yeah. No, it's not on here because I forgot to tell you to add it, but God of War.
Oh, yeah. I cried during God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because you wouldn't cry during God of War 1 or 2.
No.
There's nothing sad about that. It's just beat 'em up and bleeded, all that other stuff. But the way that they were able to take God of War and God of War Ragnarok and add that emotional aspect in, please. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take away from what you're saying.
No, it's fine. I'm just over here crying. You talk.
Fair enough. Yeah, the fact that they were able to take those origins of those games and turn it into what it became with the new God of War and God of War Ragnarok was incredible. They did such a good job of making Kratos answer for his shitty behavior.
Right. I mean, you talked about toxic masculinity. I mean, that's what the first few games were about.
2 to 3, yeah.
And then, after that, it was like, okay, we're self-aware. Now we know that we fucked up or we're new people in place to bring this game where it always should have been. We'll bring it back home. We'll take it to a mature and respectful place.
Oh, yeah.
And not only that, but they told an incredible story and they made us cry.
Yeah, they did.
So
it was emotional. It was great.
But then to completely switch gears, right? We were talking about emotion and decision making and turmoil and all of these things.
Creating your own story in the game.
Yeah. Number 4 on here, Dream Daddy. Because it's fun, it's adorable, it's heartwarming, and that's it. That's all it had to be. It didn't have to be emotional to be good.
Well, and it's the story of that game. I don't want to spoil it for folks that haven't seen it yet, because if you haven't, all these games that we're talking about, the playlists exist, the videos exist over on Video Games For All, link in the description down below. They're Amy's favorite, which means they're gonna be good because you're gonna get her reactions live, so to speak, out of them. Dream Daddy was a game where we were like, one day we were like, you were like, it's such a nice day out. I want to play like a nice, light, fun game. Let's start Dream Daddy. And I remember being like, are you sure we're in the middle of like 3 other games right now? And you were like, yeah, but I'm in the mood. And that game starts with you. Because
when we started playing Dream Daddy, I actually knew a little bit about it first. Because why? We had seen...
I showed you Markiplier's playthrough of it for the first like 5-10 minutes, something like that.
Right, okay.
Of his playthrough. And you thought it was adorable because it is adorable.
Yeah.
So then you wanted to play it for yourself and you created your own story out of it and everything. But I loved the fact that you drew a conclusion about some of the daddies, if you will, in the game, that by the end of the game were fully flipped on their head.
Oh, yeah.
Fully flipped on their head.
Oh, yeah.
And that was incredible. I believe...
That was good.
Yeah, I feel like I remember Erica talking to us a bit about that during the video itself, like in the comments.
Now, I mentioned when I started talking about Dream Daddy that there was no like sad emotional aspect to that game, and that's actually a lie, because the actual premise of that game that it starts out with is you learn that the other father passed away.
Yep.
And so that's why now he's dating, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you know, the first father passed away when the little girl was a baby or whatever, baby or young child, and then you find out years later, okay, now he's trying to re-enter the dating scene as a dad, right? So it's cute and wonderful, but there is that like first piece of like conflict, right? That spurs it on.
Yeah.
But again, another like heartwarming sort of like cool and fun, actually. It wasn't really heartwarming, but cool and fun and like whimsical game that's on here for me is Beglitched. Now, I talk about Beglitched all the time because it's my 5th favorite game that we ever played, according to this list that we just made. But it's right. So I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but it's my 5th favorite game that we've played, and it was one of those like small creator games that we got in a bundle.
Humble Bundle,
it was called.
Super cheap.
You know, super cheap. Like, oh, get, 10,000 games for, totally affordable price. And we were like, let's do it,
Yeah.
And we had no idea if any of the games were going to be good, and they fucking were. At least that one was. And what?
And the next one.
And the next one was also from that Humble Bundle.
Sure was.
A Short Hike. That game is called A Short Hike because it's a very short game.
Super short. It was like 2 or 3
like
episodes.
5 episodes, maybe at the most.
I didn't think it was 5, but maybe.
Okay, so maybe 3 or whatever. So it's a very short game, but it's an impactful one. Those 2 games, despite being games that really didn't get views, really didn't get clicks, because they're not recognizable games, I had the context of every game being that for me. Right? So
yeah.
Those 2 made a difference for me.
For sure.
Ocarina of Time is next.
Told you we'd talk about it again.
It's incredible. One of the things that's incredible about it, like Joe said, was I actually got to be surprised about what was going to happen.
Finally.
Right? And he was so excited about that because a lot of times I'm in a situation going, okay, this is what's going to happen next. And he's like, damn it, why does she always fucking know that?
Every time.
And then I was shocked to find out what I found out. I'm not going to give spoiler. I mean, it's a super old game, but go watch our series if you don't know what I'm talking about. But I was super shocked.
It was such an incredible moment.
And you do, if you watch it, you get to hear what my theories were.
All along.
To that.
Yeah, you're right.
So... But the music's incredible, like you said. The art is very cool. I loved something that you didn't mention.
Please.
Like all the different like little cultural and religious
iconography and stuff.
Well, references that were made here and there, and I was able to go, oh, this, okay, this, and then I was like, but this was this, and it's interesting how much they changed it, or, oh, they didn't change this at all, or, oh, okay, this is what this means. And so, like, I wondered if that was, like, a parallel to something in the game. Like, does that actually mean this in the game, right? And, I feel like there are certain people who would look back on that and go, well, is the game kind of problematic then because it's not really, like... being culturally accurate and being politically correct. And back then, those things I feel like weren't a big deal to people. I think back then, being the opposite of that for the shock factor was a big deal. And so I appreciated that a game that old, from that era where let's say something offensive for the fact of being offensive and getting people pissed off was the MO back then. I know, because I was that way back then. I thought that it made sense for me to go around like telling everybody that they were a piece of shit, because I felt like I was a piece of shit, and I felt everything on the earth was a piece of shit. So that was how I lived my life, was shock factor. Everything I said had to be the worst thing that could have come out of my mouth in that moment. And everything I thought as a result pretty much always was. And isn't it so cool that a game from that era, I mean, we talked about Game of War earlier, God of War earlier, and that was very much a game that was like that as well.
Yeah, I mean,
that era.
Yeah, and I remember you called it out where you were like, wow, why is he being such an asshole
Right.
for like no reason?
And the reason is because that was how things were like back then.
Yeah.
Isn't it cool that at a point in my life where I'm able to look back on that era of my life and realize that that was the life I was living, and that I didn't have to live that life anymore, and I could be a different person, and I could be a healthy person and a happier person. Isn't it cool that I get to play a game from that era that was already trying to do that? Already kind of being that.
Yeah, it didn't stoop to that level.
It wasn't all the way there, and I think that that's why there may be people nowadays that look back on it and say it's a little problematic, but I think it was so much closer to that than so many other things that from that era could have been. You know, I don't know a lot of the video games that were happening at that time period necessarily, because I don't know video games, but I know other media during that time, and I know people during that time, right? And I feel like that game tried to, even if it doesn't necessarily feel that way now looking back, I feel like that game really tried to transcend that in a lot of ways. You know, it had the coexist sticker before the coexist sticker was a thing, or right around when the coexist sticker started being a thing.
Cool.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy VII, definitely. Same thing that I would say for Ocarina of Time. You know, again, incredible music. Incredible cultural references that, again, may not have been spot on and fully thought out, and may not have had consultants making sure that they were 100% correct. But the fact that such a mainstream thing, or at least became a mainstream thing, right, had so many of those cultural references, showed that it was trying, showed that it cared, in a way where a lot of things back then didn't give a shit about that stuff. And would have shat on those things if it had the chance. And Final Fantasy VII hit you in the heart, because it really was timely. And I can say that looking back on it. So, you know, the conflicts that existed in Final Fantasy VII, and there were a number of them, if you recall, if you think about it, there were a number of conflicts in that game. They were very appropriate for the time that game came out. Those were all big issues in the moments that game came out. Mm-hmm. I mention, if you watch those videos, I mention the fact that there were books written on, or that there had just been released a book written on trauma work that I feel like the creators of that game must have read, which is why they pivoted to making the game plot so similar to what that book had been about. global warming. You mentioned global warming earlier. Global warming was a big thing for that game that they really like talked about a lot. Just violence and gang lifestyle and dystopian futures and
I mean, even like classism.
Huge one. And just, trying to have respect for every being, not just person, but every being, right? Lion. Well, like
Red 13.
Yes, Red 13. We called him Lion. Like, you really learned, like, here is a being that was sort of treated as if it was just a lab rat.
Yeah.
Right? And in reality, it's this highly intelligent and capable being that then you see in the end goes on to, like, live a happy life with its family, and all these things. So a lot of these, like, really really touchy things that were big deals back when that game was created. If you think about it politically, what sorts of things were big deals back then? Different religions and different cultures and global warming and violence and gangs and drugs and kids working at bars, like that kind of represents the fact that, like, drugs and alcohol and vice is like, a big deal. And, human trafficking, guys.
Yeah, they talked about that.
That was a big deal in the 90s, just as it is now. So those conflicts were things that were so important for them to touch on, and they touched on so many of them in that game. It's really, really poignant for the time, and it's really, really poignant now because all of those conflicts still are. None of them went away.
Yeah.
They all are big deals now. I'll stop talking about Final Fantasy VII because I could until the end of time.
But you can go watch the playthrough.
Yes.
Yeah, on Video Games for All.
Yes.
Down below.
And anything you want to say about it, you can either say in the comments on this VOD or in the comments on those VODs, please. Or not VODs, but pre-recorded videos.
Yeah. There's still videos on demand. They're just not videos on demand of a stream. That's
right. Batman Telltale series.
Which, this Wednesday, will be the finale of that game on Video Games for All. So if you've missed it, now's your time to catch up. We will have the full series starting this Wednesday. Please go ahead. Sorry.
That game is so cool.
Agreed.
Watch those videos, please.
I know Hob was here earlier. Hob has been joining us in the comments of those videos, at least, talking about his love for the game. It's so good.
Yeah.
It really turns the Batman mythos right on its head.
Really does.
So interesting.
Yeah, and just when you're like, okay, well, there's not going to be a new surprise, there is one.
Yep,
so,
big time.
Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool.
Very well done.
And it's similar to Life is Strange and Detroit Become Human, in the way that it tells the story and the way that it allows you to make choices and it affects what happens next and things like that.
I will say, speaking of those types of games and games that have made me cry, Telltale's Walking Dead is up there.
Yes.
I didn't put it on my list necessarily, but
I didn't either because I'm not really like a zombie fan person. But I loved Walking Dead, the TV show, and I loved the game.
And I loved the comics. The comics, when I read the final comics of The Walking Dead, I cried. I cried in the show a fair bit, and I cried during the game a little bit as well. I mean, some of those deaths are brutal, man, and I don't necessarily, I mean, yes, they're visually brutal, but they're emotionally brutal.
Right.
Holy crap.
You'll know if you've been paying attention. Pokemon Black, Gen 5 Pokemon. That game is emotional. that game shows that they were trying to go beyond the typical sort of premise of what a Pokemon game is and does, and show that in a Pokemon game the professor can be a true role model for these kids and can help these kids that are in bad situations with their parents, or bad situations with other trainers, or bad situations with Team Rocket, or whatever other criminal organizations they're getting wrapped up in.
It's Plasma. It seemed
whatever
Plasma
one it was
5.
for that.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the names of them. They're all the same and stupid.
Oh, God.
But they're actually not. Because in this one, it was cool. The story with N and what happened to him, it was really interesting. It was really poignant for me and my own personal story. And the characters in this game, primarily the females in this game, really big.
Oh, yeah.
Really big deal.
Bianca, Elisa, Professor Juniper.
Yes. Lorelai. Or not Lorelai. What was her name?
Lenora.
Lenora.
Right?
Yeah. The
gym
museum curator.
She was great. I know you
She
love
was incredible. That's a personal bias of mine to love stuff like that. But neither here nor there. It's an incredible game.
I mean, so looking right now on Video Games for All, the most popular video we already talked about was Pokemon Red. The second most popular video is episode 1 of Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Makes sense. The third most popular video is episode 1 of Final Fantasy VII. The fourth most popular video is episode 1 of Gen 2 of Pokemon. In Pokemon Silver. And the fifth most popular video on our channel is Gen 5 episode 1.
Wow. Yeah.
Gen 5, people know that you love it, and they love it too.
I really do. And I mean, regular Pokemon games are down here. It's up here. I mean, it sets the bar so much higher. So much higher.
And sorry.
I mean, I want you to mention the fact that God of War is on that same line.
God of War Ragnarok is the 8th most viewed video. Episode 1, or stream number 1, is the 8th most viewed video on Video Games for All. After Banjo-Kazooie episode 1.
Oh.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
And then it kind of jumbles into a bunch of different things, but like Diamond, episode 1 of Diamond is there, but it's like 11th most viewed or something like that, but...
Yeah.
So...
And then my final thing I had written here, honorable mention, because I wouldn't say it's like actually makes the list, right? But honorable mention of Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. I feel like that game had a lot to it. I feel like that game surprised me a lot. It had a lot of aspects to it that I was not expecting to get from a Mario game. Was not expecting to get from any game. It really it really took my curiosity and stretched it to new possibilities. Mm-hmm. It was really cool.
And I mentioned to you when we were writing this list that we have the prequel, and really it's just the first one, and we just didn't own it at the time. We have the original Paper Mario for the Nintendo 64 that we still have to play, that we now own, but we didn't then, as well as the sequel, Super Paper Mario, which is right there.
Cool.
That we have always owned, and we were always going to play that one as well, but now we have the opportunity to. We'll almost certainly play the original first. But again, all things that we will get to at some point. There's only so many hours in a week.
Right, exactly.
But we're still releasing 3 videos a week right now. There has been talks of possibly, this is not an announcement of that, but possibly going down to only 2 videos a week because, sometimes we gotta go to sleep. But that's not happening yet. But if it does, be aware that it might. 3 videos a week is a lot. 3 hours a week is a lot. We are going to be getting into Gen 6 soon. Amy mentioned Gen 5. So Gen 5, I think, has 4 more episodes to go, maybe 3. So like I said, stay tuned for more of that. And once that's done, that's every Tuesday on Video Games for All. Once that's done, we will get to Gen 6 if we can. Right now, we are working on a fix for it. It worked for a little while and then it didn't. I've got to check with our good friend Emma, who was on Friday's stream, actually. And shout outs to Emma. A lot of what is happening here would not be able to happen. I don't just mean this stream, but a lot of what is happening here would not happen without Emma.
Yeah. She's great.
She helped us to buy this PC by giving us tips on the individual items to purchase. She then put it together for us.
Herself.
Yes. And then even though her admission, not mine, that she didn't know much about streaming, she still has been a great help.
Yeah.
All along the way. So huge shout outs to her. Like I said, we see her on Fridays and we saw her this past Friday on our stream, but we've known her for years.
Yeah.
I was 16 when I met her and she was 14, I believe. So, regardless, she's incredible and we love her very much in real life and as someone who helps us with this type of stuff to keep Geek for All going,
Right. She's the reason why you guys love her. Or that's the reason why you guys love her, not
she's
the reason.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Now, in terms of favorites, big moments, milestones, whatever you want to call it, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about over the last 10 years, we've gotten sponsorships.
Yeah.
Right? Does that mean we've gotten a check in our pocket? No.
No.
But have we gotten things out of it?
Yeah.
Monetarily or otherwise? Yes. Absolutely. Every single time.
Monetarily, he means like discounts on the product.
I do, yeah.
Not like money back for things.
Not necessarily, no. We do have the Magic Legends closed alpha that we got to be a part of.
Yes, that was cool.
We are under NDA, so we can't really talk about it, but also the game doesn't exist anymore.
Right,
it
so
died.
I think that's not really a thing we need to
shouldn't,
worry about.
It shouldn't matter, but we're so far removed from it, and we streamed the game, so we got to talk about it regardless. But that was really cool that we got to have that opportunity. Was the game amazing or phenomenal or anything? It was fine. I enjoyed it.
It was cool, I thought.
Yeah. But it was, Diablo-esque, if I recall correctly? That style of game, which we have not gotten a chance to play yet, but we will at some point, I'm sure. So Diablo is a popular franchise. What?
I said, so I have no clue.
Exactly. We have been sponsored by Magic the Gathering, of course.
Many times.
So, yes, for the streamer events, all but one. When the new crop of folks came in, they were like, oh, they don't have numbers, and they just lost our number, apparently. And then when that, I think it was Outlaws of Thunder Junction was the one that we didn't get to do.
Yes, that's correct.
And it was a terrible streamer event.
Right.
Because they didn't have enough people. And they were like, oh, right, we need to have the smaller people in. But they were big timing everybody because they were like, oh, well, we'll only have the people with, hundreds of thousands because otherwise it's not worth our time. Well, it's not going to be worth their time to be sitting in queues for 5 hours waiting to play a single game of Magic.
Right.
Their viewers aren't going to stay and watch that.
No,
they're not going to be happy about it to begin with. So, anyway, again, I was bitter about it then. I actually genuinely don't care now because they learned the hard way.
Right.
So, suck it. But yes, so for all the streamer events, and back in the day, we were sponsored for Daily Streamer or whatever, like Streamer of the Day or something like that. It was like on a Friday we streamed, and we got to get like special giveaway stuff for our viewers, which I'm sure we gave away to some of you at the time. I remember that was amazing. And again, what a cool experience to be sponsored by the game that I've been playing since I was in 7th grade.
Right.
And the creators of that game.
Right.
But last but obviously not least, in fact, last but most. Oh, right. Thank you. For the streamer events, we got to be in the ad for one of them as well. After Battle of Baldur's Gate, we played in that one, which I thought was an odd choice to have that streamer event. But it worked out so well. We had that big moment where we attacked with a large dragon. etc. And it was really cool. And then we got like a bunch of treasures for it, and then used that treasure to cast another mythic. Crazy. But the next time that a streamer event happened, we were in the ad for that upcoming streamer event twice.
Right.
Because of that. It was really, really cool.
Very, very cool.
Right.
If you guys want to see that, I don't know if it still exists.
I'm sure it doesn't.
I don't know if it's something we could try and find.
I should have saved it, but I don't think I did. Of all the things that we have saved,
yeah,
I don't think we saved it.
Well, we can, if you guys write in the comments that you really want us to look and see if we can find it, we can try, but I don't know if we'll find it, but we can try. But that's if you guys care. Marcus says, now you see why black, white are my faves. Oh, of Pokemon? Yeah.
They're very good.
So good.
And now you see why I was so excited to get you to Gen 5.
Yeah.
Because when we were done with Gen 4, you were like, okay, like, you know, I enjoyed it, but we had issues with Gen 4. But when we got, I was like, yeah, but I really want you to see Gen 5.
Yeah,
we have to go play that.
He wanted me to see Gen 5.
I was so excited. And now you know why.
Yeah. And now I'm grateful that you said that to me.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, oh, well, if you really don't want to, we don't have to.
Yeah. And now we'll see if they follow it up in Gen 6 or if it's different.
Right.
We will get your take on it because that's what we're here for or there for, I guess. And so talking about sponsorships. Oh, I didn't write it down. I'm so foolish. One that I'm very proud of, truly very proud of. And in fact, I told myself I would write it down, but I was very frantic this morning in getting this information written down.
Yeah, and that's why we started kind of late. There was a lot for us to try and do before this. Sorry, guys.
It was in that 5-year video as well.
Yes.
We've been sponsored by Varia.
Yeah.
Many, many times. We got to review every single one of their class decks for Season 1 and Season 2. We got exclusive material from them. The first box off the line of their starter set.
Yeah.
Of their battle decks. That's what it was called.
Yeah.
Where they had 2 of their main characters battling one another. I have that box now signed by one half of the creators.
Yeah.
We have to get the other half. He was unavailable during had an emergency come up during PAX Unplugged when we went to go meet them. But regardless.
Yeah, but yeah, it was like the prototype that he sent us. It had like tape on the box and like scotch tape on the box. It was like, you know, it was like the one. It was, you know, like the first one.
Right. And then when we were given a preview card for their Arms and Armor expansion, we got sent the promo version, or not the promo, but the first off of the assembly line version of our preview card.
Yeah.
Which was amazing.
So cool.
Again, such a cool experience to work with them. It has been a bit that we have, and that's our fault, not theirs.
Yeah, we really just fell off with it like shitheads.
Again, it's when we moved into this house, a lot of things changed. And so we were dealing with a lot of stuff here. We do still love Varia very much. And if and when we have the opportunity to return to doing Varia content, of course, it will be entirely up to them and no hard feelings either way if they choose to have us back doing more things sponsored by them or not. But we do still very much intend to do more Varia stuff in general because we enjoy them. We were grateful to be asked to do stuff with them. But the fact that they trusted us to do that is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe they found us thanks to our jar content.
Yeah, they did.
Because they appreciated how much we enjoyed story relating to card games because they were very interested in the story of their game as well.
Right.
So, anyway, really appreciate being sponsored by Varia. But our longest running sponsor, and in my opinion, our best sponsor, right? Magic the Gathering is a big deal to sponsor us, or that they sponsor us, Wizards of the Coast, etc. But Wizards of the Coast doesn't exist without their friendly local game stores.
Right.
And our friendly local game store in Champion Card Collector in Poughkeepsie, New York, we are like, you saw Steve in that video, and we've talked about Greg a million times, and he comes to the streams on occasion on Mondays, and he
when he can make it after work at the store.
and he has been in those promo videos when we do the videos at Champion for the pre-releases. He's been in the last few that we've done. Both of them. And their manager, Casey, who was in the last opening video with me, the big opening video that we did.
She's incredible. She's so knowledgeable of so many things.
That's right. And all of their rank and file employees as well are incredible human beings. We really appreciate going and seeing them at the store. Emilio used to come to the streams, the video game streams that we used to do, and or the Magic streams as well. My bad. Has talked about the fact that he gets to still, that he and his girlfriend watch us on occasion. They may not be in chat, but they're still watching us, which we really appreciate.
And that means a lot to us.
It really does. I'm trying to see if there's anything relevant.
Especially since they're cool people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Emilio means a lot to us as a person.
Great person. Absolutely agree. But that sponsorship, as we were very new, let's say.
Yeah.
Also, we were still using our old name at the time that they started seriously considering having us do videos for them.
Which is
despite the fact,
else.
Yes. and honestly, I remember having a conversation with Steve when we changed our name to Geek for All. And Steve was like, "Thank you." He was like, "Because it would be very difficult for me to like describe that we have a video made by your channel's name." And I was like, "You're totally right. Thank you."
I get it. Sorry.
But again, we didn't change it for them.
Right.
We changed it for us. And
I guess it made a hell of a lot more sense.
But he was very grateful, rightfully so, because again, his business has a reputation to uphold. And if we're going to be sitting there being like, we are this vulgar name and we're sponsored by, that's not a great way to advertise your business. But Geek for All, I mean, we've been using the name for however many years now. 5+, 7+, 8+.
All right. We're still not a kids video channel.
No.
None of our channels are for kids.
No. But again, we can be adults having adult conversations while still making good content. And the fact that they took the chance on us, were willing to take the chance on us, and have been continuing to support us and allow us to support them for as many years as they have is really a testament to them, and I guess to us as well, right? So I really appreciate them and the community that they have, right? Again, they're not asking me to say this. I just really appreciate them. I like them a lot. Sorry about that. Because, like I said, and I mean it, without friendly local game stores, Wizards of the Coast and Magic the Gathering would not exist. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
They can do as many secret layers as they want. They can do as much Magic the Gathering arena as they want. You need those stores for the paper Magic. That's why they went back into it so hard after the pandemic. Because they knew their sales had to have been dipping. They had to. And now people are back in the stores playing the games, going to pre-releases like we do.
Yep.
I still stand by the title or the phrase that that I have opened more pre-release kits than anybody else here on YouTube. I've been doing it for 10 years. Look, there are pre-release kits there and there and
literally right
there
behind
and
us.
there and there and there. Whoops, that one. Like, I open a lot of pre-release kits. I like them. They're fun. But because of that, our pre-release kit opening playlist shows you all you need to know. Hundreds of pre-release kits.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon, as I always say. So,
Winter is here saying, I made it.
What is up, Winter? It is great to see you.
Yes.
That's everything on this paper that I had. This one page. Okay. We have one more thing to talk about. Did you want to do this or no?
No.
Okay.
It's fine.
No problem. We mentioned some announcements.
Yes.
That we had for this stream. So, Winter, you made it at the perfect time.
Right. hopefully some of the other people are still here to hear these announcements.
And even if they're not, we will talk about it again. First of all, the VOD will exist. And if you're watching the VOD and you have thoughts or comments, I've mentioned it already, but leave it in the comments down below. We'd love to hear from you. But some announcements. Again, like I said, none of them are retirement announcements. We are still going. Yes. Don't you worry. There are loud-ass vehicles outside, and I'm going to just keep yelling over them because they won't stop. They just won't stop.
Nope, they definitely won't.
Sorry.
Especially since it's a weekend.
Yeah. It's Sunday.
Winter says, heck yeah.
So, first announcement.
Yes.
Let me see if I can do this right. In chat, right now, we launched, officially, a Patreon. It's been 10 years. Now, hear me very carefully, please, before you do anything with that link that we just posted.
Winter says the snails are on the edge of their shells.
Well, I would hope that means that they're doing okay.
We don't want any more mantle distress.
That's right. So, go ahead, you can read that.
She says, ooh, new Patreon, nice.
Thank you. So, please hear me out before you do anything with that page. Please. One of the things that we do as streamers is we ask you all how you are doing as people. We live in the same world you do. In some cases, we are a similar age to all of you.
Right.
Please do not give us a dime if you don't have it. We don't want it.
No.
If you don't have it, we don't want it. Truly. Please don't if you can't.
There are so many times where I wish I could give our dimes to y'all.
There are many creators that we love that we cannot support. And we don't. I will do my best to watch their YouTube ads and stuff. We're not up to that point. But if you cannot support us, please do not feel obligated. We will not look negatively upon you. None of you. Because again, we've heard you talk about your lives and your situations. So we get it. To a degree, to some of you, we know what you do or don't do for a living.
Right.
You, to a degree, know what I do or don't do for a living, what Amy does or doesn't do for a living.
Right.
And there were moments where we were very much struggling. Very much struggling. So we get it. Please, within your means only. We love you all very much.
Yes.
And we have put that out there because I just saw the notification. So, if you have the means, we want to give you the opportunity. I know most recently, Gregor was talking about that a fair bit and wanting to support. That's so kind.
Yeah. I also want to say to that point, the inverse is also true, right? Gregor, if he gives us a bunch of money, is not going to become our new favorite person in chat and all the rest of you can kick rocks. No. That's not how that goes.
Not even a little bit. The content should not change. Like I mentioned, there's the possibility of us going to like 2 videos a week on Video Games for All, but like that will have nothing to do with whether we do or don't get responses on this Patreon.
Right.
We could get 1 million people on the Patreon and we still might go down. Or we could get nobody on the Patreon and we still might go, like, stay where we are. It is irrelevant. And in fact, that's the other thing I wanted to say. I don't care if a week from now we have nobody on this Patreon. That's fine. We put it up there because it should exist. We have been creators for 10 years, and at this point, this is what creators do. Now, we have 2 tiers on this Patreon. Now, if I can find where they are,
We're new to this, guys.
Do that.
So bear with us.
Yes, here we go. Okay. So, we have 2 tiers to this Patreon. There is the $3 a month tier, which is the baseline tier, which is, it says here, a great way to show your support. Once a year, we will send you a thank you postcard with a fun picture of us and a handwritten message.
Yeah.
It's just a thank you for being you, for helping us and supporting us in that way. The second tier, and the only other tier that we currently have, and we have no plans right now because we literally just made this, of adding other tiers at this moment.
Right.
The second tier is a $5 a month tier. That is the Amy's Cuties tier. This tier gives you the same thank you postcard as the previous tier, but also, twice a year, we will send you a trading card of one of Amy's Cuties, signed by the both of us.
Right.
Once a year, it'll be a Magic the Gathering card, and once a year, it will be a Pokemon card.
Right.
We felt like it was extremely appropriate. Amy always has her cuties in Magic and or in Pokemon.
Right.
And so once a year for each, we will send you a Magic card and a Pokemon card. Again, one will be Magic one time a year. One will be Pokemon one time a year. That'll be your 2 times a year. I just want to be clear on that. It will not be that you'll get one package with 2 cards in it.
Right.
Just FYI. Those are the tiers currently. That's what exists. $3 a month, $5 a month. Again, going back to what we were talking about before. If you can support, awesome, thank you. We really appreciate it. If you start supporting and you cannot continue supporting, there is never a need to explain why. Of course, we would love to hear if you're willing and want to explain why. We would love to hear you out. But you don't owe us an explanation if you stop supporting. And again, we won't think less of you if you don't start, and we won't think less of you if you stop. That's not how it works.
No.
If you continue on as you always have been, joining us, chatting, commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing, ringing the bell, all that good stuff, and don't look at the Patreon, don't touch the Patreon, completely ignore that it exists, totally fine.
Exactly. We won't know the difference.
No.
And even if we did, it wouldn't be used against you. We're not petty.
No, God, no. And again, we understand.
Yes.
Because
we are living it.
We live in the same world you all do.
Yeah.
The same. So you can go here first.
Okay. C. Holland says, oh, with a shocked face. And Winter says, too late, already joined as a free member. Okay,
very appreciative of that, Winter. Thank you. That was announcement 1. That was a big deal. It took us a little bit. And again, we're new to it. So if it looks weird or there's something wrong or whatever, and it's different from what you've seen. I mean, Winter, you have a Patreon as well, if I recall. So if you see something that we could be doing better, you're more than welcome to let us know. I don't care whether you do it publicly or privately. You're more than welcome to say like, hey, why don't you try this? Or did you know you could do this? Or blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It does have links to the YouTube and the Instagram. So you can go through Patreon to get to those as well. Mm-hmm. But the other thing, this one I hope many more people come to.
Right.
And it is very rough, but we have made a Discord.
Yes.
We finally did it. I don't think it's perfect. It needs a lot of work, but it exists. I put it together. We put it together. And
it was
so,
mostly him.
What's that?
It was mostly him.
We worked on it together. Here, I'll let you...
Marcus says, oh shit, it's going down.
Yeah. I knew you'd be there for that one, Marcus. I appreciate it greatly. I hope if the links and stuff don't work, let me know. Obviously, Winter said she already joined, so the Patreon works. We know that. I'm looking at the Discord right now, so as things happen, hopefully I'll be able to see that. We've got a couple of channels to start, and we mentioned if like, for example, the Magic the Gathering channel, if you want an arena channel so you can share arena codes, let us know. It's very easy to make a new channel for stuff where if you find like the Video Games for All channel is getting bogged down with Pokemon stuff and you want a Pokemon channel specifically so that you can talk about Batman the Telltale series separately, like...
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So... Yeah. See, people are joining. That's really cool. Thank you all so very much.
Very cool. Very cool. First, wave to say hi. I can't see what that is.
What?
The little emoji thing.
Well, it's that.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, we have a Discord. It exists. We want folks to be able to communicate with one another as well as with us in between streams and stuff. Obviously, just because the Discord exists does not mean we are available 24/7. It will go to my phone, but if I'm not available, if I'm at work or we're sleeping, you won't get us until I'm available to answer you. That's just how it works.
Right.
But it will be that in between now and the next time that we stream, which, I mean, technically is tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like between Monday and Friday, if you have something that you want to chat with us about, or you have suggestions or something, that's a great way now to keep in touch with us, but also, more importantly, your fellow viewers and commenters. So, yeah.
Yes. Winter says, I've run my Patreon for 2 years and I still have no idea what I'm doing. LMAO.
Fair enough. Good. Well, then, hey, I'm glad we're in good company.
Yeah, exactly. That makes us feel better. Inquiring Mind Screw is here and says, cool shirt, bro.
Thank you very much. I said it is my lucky shirt. I wore this both days of the bar exam in New York, here in New York. The first time I took it, which is the first time I passed it. And the only time I will pass it, I ain't doing that shit again. No, thank you. But the reason is because the back of the shirt says, expect no mercy. And I wanted to make it very clear to the bar and to the bar examiners that they were to expect no mercy. And I gave them none. So
Amazing. I'm sure those examiners were so scared.
So, those are our big 2 announcements today. We have a Patreon. We would love for you to join if you have the means to do so, and only if you have the means to do so. And we have a Discord, and we would love for you to join. End of sentence, because that doesn't cost you a dime. Winter mentioned you can join the Patreon as a free member as well, in case there are updates on Patreon of new tiers and things like that, and stuff that you might be interested in.
Winter, I don't know if you want to try and let people know how they can join that way if it's difficult to see. We were able to see the tiers just then, but I don't know. It doesn't say free. It is one of the tiers, so I don't know if it's easy to find to join for free, and if it's not, then Winter, if you could help other people who might want to join that way. Winter says no crypto coin launch.
I don't know enough about crypto to even try, but also literally never. No. And she knows. That's hilarious.
That's a joke. Hob says, am I back at the end?
I do assume we are somewhat wrapping up. Yes. But yes, you are back here at the end for our 2 big announcements.
Right.
You hopefully heard it, but if not, they're a little bit above in chat. But our 2 big announcements today are patreon.com/geekforall and the Discord as well. The Geek for All Discord, which the link is currently in chat. So please feel free to join the Discord. And then, as I said, only within your means. We would love some support on Patreon, but we 100% understand and hold it against no one if you cannot join the Patreon. In fact, like I said, if no one joins the Patreon for the next week, month, we understand. We get it. We've been there. We just want it to exist for people that do have the means and are interested.
Right. And actually want to support us in a monetary fashion.
That's right.
Winter says good to the no cryptocurrency. And then there's a big button on the landing page that says join for free.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah, we don't see that on our end, so at least not from
Well,
here.
again, yeah, we would have because we can't join our own thing.
Well, excuse me. I thought that we had to join it too, because otherwise, how would we be part of it? No, I don't know.
We'll just pay ourselves money every month.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of what we do. We pay our savings account back money that we took from it to spend on other things that we needed to.
Yep.
And that's only, that doesn't happen enough. It doesn't happen enough. Winter says, free members get to see anything that's set to public, and anything that's set to a paid tier is grayed out. But you can see that there are posts being made.
Awesome.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Hobbs says, just joined the Discord.
I do see that. Yep.
And Erica says, we love you.
We love you too, Erica.
We love you too so much.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Like I said, it took a little bit, obviously. 10 years in, we have the Discord. Like I said, with the Discord, if you didn't hear me mention it earlier, if there is anything in that Discord that you want to see, let us know. You can mention it publicly. I will try to keep track of that Discord as best I can. You can try to DM us. I mean, obviously you can see that we're there. I can't promise that a DM is going to get you a faster response than just posting in the regular channels or whatever. But if there's a particular channel that you would like to see that doesn't exist, or like I said, if you want an MTG Arena Codes channel, or something like that, like where people can share arena codes and like challenge each other to battles or whatever, you're more than welcome to do that.
That's
or
really
ask
smart.
for that. Like, it's just
I
like I
like
said,
that.
just an example, so that like the Magic the Gathering channel doesn't get bogged down with stuff like that. If you want to just like, hey, check out this cool preview card and stuff like that, like whatever people want to chat about in there. If there are new channels that you want to see, or if stuff comes up that is not so savory, if we get some not so savory types joining, definitely feel free to alert us to it. We will try to take care of it as quickly as we can. And of course, we can have some discussions with some kind folks, such as Erica and Marcus, who have talked to us about Discord stuff in the past. We did not forget, and we do appreciate it. We'll reach out to you too separately. So,
Winter says, will the Discord be getting any unique emojis? I'm down to help design some.
that sounds wonderful, Winter.
Right.
We are new to Discord.
We don't know how to do that.
So
but...
well, let me say, I don't know like what we would need to be able to get those emojis in there. If it's like, just you get some automatically, or if you need to reach a certain threshold or something like that.
Yeah.
I genuinely have no idea. But if that is an option, I would love to.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that idea.
So anything that you guys want to add or do, and I mean, preferably if you know how to, that would be the time to then reach out and say that you want to. But in most cases, we probably won't know what to do or how to do it without your help. But that's fine. We're trying. We're doing the thing.
That's true.
Pet Pictures channel.
Done and done.
Done. Yes. I have been privately sending Jana lots of pictures of snakes and bats and things like that. I don't know if everybody else will love those things quite the same way. So maybe the Pet Pictures is different from that, but
maybe we just do Amy and Jana's Golgari corner or something.
yeah. Oh, that would be sick. All right. Let's see. Winter says, I read that. Marcus says same.
Oh, that would be awesome, actually, to get both of you to help design.
That'd
That's
be
really
so
cool.
good.
Really, really cool.
Erica says you have a new Patreon patron. Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you, Erica. That's very cool.
And Winter says you need to pay a monthly sub for unique emojis. Members can donate to it. A lot of folks tend to use their Patreon money for it.
Okay, good to know.
Interesting. Okay.
So then obviously it would be a discussion once we kind of figure out where the Patreon's going to kind of round out to.
Yeah. Hobbs says, I like snakes and bats. I like Golgari.
Okay. So it sounds like we'll have to make some Golgari section there so that we can chat some...
Yeah, can you do like a subsection, like a main section and then a subsection of that?
Not really, but still.
Oh, because I was going to say, like, because then you could do the pets pictures And then the subsection of the pets pictures could be Golgari themed pets.
No, I don't think you can do that.
Okay. Well, fuck me then.
Maybe. I mean, maybe someone will correct me and tell me I'm wrong. Because it could be maybe like a thread. Maybe threads.
Okay.
Threads are definitely something I've used all the time in Discord.
I didn't know they existed in Discord. I just knew they existed in Instagram. Okay, and I didn't really use them there either.
Yep.
Winter says, I think it's like $5 a month. I can't remember.
Okay. Like I said, good to know and something
Yeah,
to
we'll talk about that later.
keep in the back of our mind. It's good to know.
Inquiring Mind Screw says, congratulations to 10 years.
Thank you, Inquiring Mind Screw. We really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. That's really cool. Thank you.
Yes, we love you all.
I love that like people are showing up as we're getting ready to be done.
Yeah.
Which is fine, by the way. That's not like a knock on any of you. It's just
No,
like,
yeah.
hey, you know, I had a set agenda for the day, and we've gone through it all. So,
Right. And maybe there would have been more stuff on there if, you know, we had had enough time to add to the list, but we just didn't. So
yeah.
here we are.
I can say at the end of this one, we're working on some other cool stuff. I do have a video that I'm working on now. We did a wrap-up video or a summary video of our Pokemon Fire Red Nuzlocke. I am working now on the one for the Soul Silver Nuzlocke. It's going to take a while, but I wrote a script that was 42 pages long.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And I recorded all of it already, thank God. And now I'm working on editing it together with different clips and stuff. So.
Hub says, I believe you can make threads in channels.
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was the best place to do that, where if it was like in pet pics, you also have a thread of Golgari pics, or if like you could just make a new channel. I don't, it's not that big of a deal. Like,
well, we'll circle back to it. We'll see what you guys want.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I'm working on that now, and by now I mean like when I have free time occasionally.
Which is never.
Yeah.
Winter says, Discord does have a way to make separate chats in channels. I've never done it before myself, though, so I'm not sure how that works.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's like a Googleable thing, and or somebody that's more experienced could try to walk me through it. But again, I also just I not to shoot any of you down for the points that you're making, because they're good points. I could just make a new channel as well. Not a big deal either way.
Might just make things easier, honestly.
Yeah. And adding more to my workload is not what I'm looking for.
No, yeah.
Because I just, in fact, I mentioned to Amy, what did we get? 15 minutes of that video is what I've edited together so far of that Nuzlocke summary video. I've edited together 15 minutes of it, and that is up to the third gym, which I think is like 20 hours of content or something like that that I've gone through. Maybe 15 hours of content. Because you mentioned, like, it seems like for every minute in the video, that's an hour of content that I've had to sift through to edit.
Yep. It's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Winter says, chat members are the ones who typically make the threads, so no work for you.
You realized that there was a typo.
Oh, really?
Well, you read it as threads.
Oh, threads.
But I read it at first, and I'm like, who's threatening who? What the hell's happening?
Please don't make threats in our Discord. But anyway. What is that?
Why don't we settle this peacefully with some violence, it says. So yeah, I'm looking forward very much to seeing the amazing things that you all bring similar to that to our Discord. Thank you all so very much. Patreon now exists.
She says, haha, okay, they make threads, but also threats, yes. That is adorable. If that threatened me, I think I would just say,
But
you're very cute.
They're carrying a bat with nails in it.
Yeah, but it's cute.
Amazing.
Okay. Me and Erica have already made a few threats, LMAO.
That's true. That's true. And like I said, I look forward to seeing what all of you amazing folks bring to all of these new ventures.
Erica says, I'm here to make things worse.
Correct. You all are amazing. And
yes,
as
you couldn't make things worse. None of you could.
No. You'll only make things better.
Yes.
And we don't forget, right? We talked about it during a stream a few weeks ago. There's that Mental Health Matters channel.
Yes.
If you need to vent, if you want to talk to people, you know from being in these chats, we've got some good people here. And then if and when there is anybody that is not doing the right thing in that channel, that will be taken care of. Don't worry about that. Like Amy fosters this community. We will work together in the Discord to foster the community as well. Hopefully, you know what I mean? Believe me hear me for a moment when I say, hopefully we get some bad actors only because it means that we're that popular. And then we can deal with them and get them out of there and we'll move on with our lives. But it's a place for all of you as the Geek for All community to come together with us and with each other.
Yeah.
To chat, to have fun, like Erica and Winter are exhibiting presently in the general chat section. I see that somebody has posted the pet pics section. I'll check it out after the stream is over. I'm very excited to see what you all have in store for our new Discord and or our new Patreon.
Yes.
It's been 10 years. Like I said, I think it's about time. So, like I said, no announcements of retirement, no announcements of stopping. I was going to say of slowing down, but I did mention that maybe Video Games for All might go down to 2 videos a week, but we're not there yet. I'm just saying.
I was going to pull out the party hats and make us wear them, and then I was like, well, but he put party hats in the thumbnail, and I
Sure
just
did.
don't want to, so no.
I would ruin those party hats. I'm very sweaty, and that those party hats are made of paper, so.
Winter says, gee, I wonder who that could have been. And then Erica says, I can finally give you money.
Which is, we really appreciate. Really,
well,
we do.
but then how are we going to give you money, Erica? Have you figured that one out?
Have you figured that one out? Oh my god. Yeah, this is
so
great.
Anyway.
Thank you all. This is so cool. If you missed part of this stream, all of the stream, whatever, and you're interested in checking it out, the VOD will exist as soon as the live stream goes down.
Hob says, glad to be here.
We're glad that you're all here. This is
yes,
really, really cool.
We love you a lot.
Yeah, all of you.
Winter says, we're all just going to pass the same $5 around, aren't we? Maybe. Hey, if that's what it is, that's what it is. Erica says, you can't afford to give me money with how your house goes. Well, you can't afford to give us money either. So, put up your dukes.
Erica is right, though. We still don't have lights or electricity in your bathroom.
Yeah, that's true.
Just throwing that out there.
I mean, I have a floor lamp that's plugged in another room.
That we drag into the bathroom
fine.
for you. Yeah, whatever.
So long as I don't stand in a puddle of water when I'm turning it on.
In the bathroom where you shower.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right near it. See, Holland says, joined, and Hob says, gonna sit with kids for dinner. We'll see you in Discord.
Thanks, Hob.
Thank you.
Yeah. For folks that aren't here for Magic the Gathering content, because this is the Magic channel, but this is just our main channel, so...
just invest in candles. It's fine.
Yeah, just put a bunch of candles around the house. Who cares?
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Especially in the attic, where we also don't have lighting.
Right, exactly.
Put a bunch of candles in the attic with all that insulation that's falling constantly.
And a dry heat. Yeah.
It's hot as shit up there. It is hot as hell in that attic. Oh
and
my
it's
god.
very full of boxes, cardboard boxes.
Lots and lots of cardboard boxes.
And a few plastic totes that would also melt.
They would. And that whole attic is wood. The whole attic is wood.
Yeah.
The floor,
Well,
the ceiling.
Well, the chimney is brick. That would survive the
Great.
fire.
It would survive the fire, but also it's tilted this way.
Yeah.
So when all the wood goes away, what happens to the chimney?
It falls.
It's so matter of fact.
Because that's correct.
It falls.
Winter says, "Oh man, you guys in the heat dome."
We actually are. I mean, it's hot right now because we have the AC off.
Yeah,
When the stream is over, we can turn it back on.
79 in here.
That's not bad. It was hotter yesterday
It was.
with the AC on. Although, no, we turned it off to film a couple times.
We did.
Yeah.
Hob is giving an approving finger gun. I don't know what that is.
It's just a thumbs up.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no
I
point.
can't really tell what he's doing, but
But again, that's Discord. You don't have to read off Discord during the stream.
sorry.
You have chat for that.
I'm sorry.
Discord.
That's what I do.
Well, I'll close
Read
it.
the
I was
messages
just-
from the people.
I'll just minimize it now, and we'll.
Okay, we'll look at it later.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
That'll be the aftermath of the stream.
The aftermath. As long as it's not the aftermath of the fire that we
No,
were just talking
there
about.
will be no fire.
There will be no fire.
No fire in this house.
Okay, Amy giving herself a second job.
Yeah, of reading the Discord as well. Yeah.
Okay, guys, we love you all. We're gonna
So
wrap up.
So yeah, as I was saying, if you're not Magic the Gathering fans, then the next time we'll be live. Well, anyway, we'll be live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern for Magic Monday. But if you're not here for Magic the Gathering, if you're someone like Winter or Hob, who typically only joins us on our Friday streams, we'll be back on Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern over on Video Games for All.
See, Holland says the card you send isn't physical, is it?
It sure is. And I don't care. I'll send it to you. Don't you worry.
Why would you think it wouldn't be?
I am aware of where our viewers watch from. We went into that with eyes wide open. Don't you worry.
It's just a card, see, Holland. I don't think it's going to cost that much.
Well,
money.
it's a postcard, and or if you're doing $5, it can be trading cards
right.
twice a year. But yeah, I'm not scared. You're not scaring me.
We'll figure it out, see, Holland. Don't
Yep.
worry about it.
Yeah. Again, we know you're one of our viewers, one of our loyal viewers. If you sponsor us, if you give us money, you're getting what we promised. Don't you worry. We will figure it out.
Yeah. Otherwise, how would you get it signed by us if it wasn't physical? God, see, Holland. See, Holland says, please don't. As you know, I'm UK.
Look, if you truly request that we don't, obviously we're not going to do something you don't want.
Right.
But if you're doing it to benefit us, like I said, we went into this with eyes wide open.
Yeah.
So.
Winter's doing the face thing again. They know where we live.
I mean, to a degree. You're on the West Coast.
Erica says, see, Holland, you will never defeat Amy and Joe on this.
Like I said, consent is important. If you
Yes.
truly don't want me to send you mail, I'm not going to do it. But, like I said, if you're doing it to save us, you're not saving us. So please, we appreciate it.
Yes,
But
it's really okay.
We are aware of where our viewers come from, and we are happy to send you whatever needs to be sent.
See, Holland is crying laughing. All right, guys, let's wrap up. We love you all.
We will be back, like I said, tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, or Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Friday, we will hopefully be finishing Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. And I can say, because we're here on the 10-year anniversary stream, when we are done with the Mario Land, Wario Land stuff, the next Friday stream that we are doing is... Did you know I was announcing this today?
No.
Minecraft. We're gonna show off my world, and we're gonna beat Minecraft. It'll probably be 2 weeks, maybe more, but we are going to play Minecraft. We're gonna show off my Minecraft world.
Which is so cool.
Thank you. We've seen Amy's in 70 episodes worth of Amy's. We're gonna show off my world for at least a week, and then we're gonna beat the game in my world for the first time so Amy can see it and I can experience it. I've seen it, but I've never done it.
It's so cool. I'm so excited.
So no spoilers, by the way.
Please. Marcus is giving us hearts in the Magic the Gathering colors.
Wooberg hearts.
And Winter says chicken jockey.
That's
I don't know what that
chicken jockey. You gotta be very loud about it.
Okay, well, I still don't know what it means.
It's the zombie riding the chicken in Minecraft, but it was in the movie. It was very popular in the movie.
Okay. Well, I still don't know what it is, but we're gonna move on.
I think you saw it once. You had to have. There's a baby zombie that rides a chicken as like an enemy. It like comes and attacks you.
As an enemy.
Yeah, it like comes and attacks you. So, but anyway, in the movie, the zombie the baby zombie like falls onto the chicken, and Jack Black says "chicken jockey," and that was the thing that preceded everyone like freaking out and throwing popcorn all over the theater and stuff during the showings of the movie. It was messed up.
Amy needs to watch the Minecraft movie.
Not until we beat it.
I was afraid of doing that because I was spoiled watching the freaking trailer on something that I now can't remember, so I guess it wasn't that big of a deal.
That's my best friend in the world.
My lack of memory.
Well, is that anytime you get spoiled on stuff, it's so long before we're actually going to get to it that like you're not going to remember it, and it's not a knock on you. It's just
that's
we do a lot of things.
We do. Yeah. We could do that as a watch along in Discord.
That's cool. That's fun. Yeah.
Can you do that?
Sort of.
Is that allowed?
I mean, well, yeah, because you're not like sharing copyrighted content, right?
You're not?
It's just Discord. They don't keep track of that.
Oh. They don't.
Well, again, as a watch along, it just means that like a bunch of people get together and then you go 3, 2, 1, hit play. And then you all kind of watch it together while you're all watching it separately. But
okay. But because you're not showing the movie, it's okay.
Right. We're not like streaming us watching it. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. I'm learning how stuff works, kind of, not really.
Well, or
I will DM you about that. I have my ways.
Good to know.
Oh, okay.
Good to know.
Nope, it's way easier than that.
Okay, good. Good to know. I like it. All right.
We'll keep that in mind.
Yes. Thank you so much to each and every one of you that joined us for any or all of this stream. Yes. As I said many times, if you're watching on the VOD, leave it in the comments down below. That's what it's for. Thank you again. In fact, what I'm going to try to do, if I remember, is put the links for Patreon and Discord in the description. It's not there now because I didn't want to spoil anything for people. But I can put it in the VOD description after the fact so that you all can, if you're watching only on the VOD and you don't have chat up or whatever, you'll be able to see it. The Patreon's easy. Patreon.com/geekforall. That's the easy part. The Discord is a little bit more difficult because it's like discord.gg/a million different things. So.
Okay.
Amy.
Yes.
Our 10-year anniversary stream would not have been the same as none of our streams or our video game or video creating career would be.
Oh, career.
Without, yeah, our 10-year making videos on YouTube, 10-year, would not be the same without all of the amazing people who joined us in chat, who are going to join us in Discord, and who may or may not, no hard feelings either way, join us on Patreon.
Yeah.
So, that means that you have some work to do.
I sure do. Winter, thank you so much for making it to this stream. It's a big one. We're so glad that you were here for those announcements. It makes a big deal to have people like you supporting us.
Big time.
In any of the ways that you support us, not just monetarily.
That's right.
As we go back to the saying of, please don't try to monetarily support us if you can't.
No, only within your means. It's all we would ever ask. And thank you, because...
It's all we would ever want.
That's true, too. Very, very true.
Because it means a lot to us that you guys are here and well and happy and healthy and able to do the things in your life that you want to be able to do.
Yeah.
And if you can't do those things, then you shouldn't be giving us money.
We know all about it.
Yeah.
We truly, truly do.
We get it.
Yeah, for sure.
We get it.
Yeah.
Winter says, thank you to Heart Happy 10 years with lots of exclamation points.
Mm-hmm.
Heart back and thank you. And yeah, you guys are the ones who make the 10 years special.
That's right.
Erica says, man, I joined you guys before I came out, and now here we are.
I was literally thinking
Wow.
about that a day or two ago, Erica. I remember when you joined with a different name.
Yeah.
And a name that I will never speak again. There's no need to.
I don't even remember what it was.
Exactly. It doesn't matter.
Like, I remember it existed, but I don't remember what it was.
Doesn't
'Cause
matter.
It doesn't matter.
But I remember discussions of your journey through coming out and transitioning and etc.
Yeah.
I truly remember all of that. So
And
yes,
it's hard to believe that we were there for that part because it seems like it must have been eons ago.
that's
you
right.
know?
Yeah, because you just are you,
Right.
and you always were.
Right.
So
So in that case, Erica, thank you so much for being here. It means so much to us that you're here, and you're here like every single time we stream, Erica. Like you're so devoted to us, and we just wish we could give that back to you.
for sure. Well, and we try.
Yeah.
With the content that we make and the things that we do, we try to give back as best we can. And again, that's why, the Patreon in general is for folks, if that is the way that you choose to try to thank us, we want that option to be there for you. But just, if you don't have the means, like we mentioned, if you just say the words, we accept that. We're happy with that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and we want to be able to offer up just as much support to all of you as you offer up to us.
Oh yeah. In these streams and giving you a place to relax and or come vent, whatever the case may be, get that support, emotional or otherwise.
Yeah.
Or to have us praise you for a success as well, right? If there's something bad going on and you need to be told that it's all going to be okay, we're happy to help you there. Or that maybe that it's, that you're a great person as a reminder. We can do that. Or if you want to tell us about good stuff and we can congratulate you, that's always a possibility and option as well. We look forward to those moments as well.
Yeah. See, Helen says, here's to the next 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
It's empty, but cheers.
Yeah, mine is too. Yeah.
It's not like we drink, so it would have been water anyway, but
Yeah.
still.
I've toasted with water many times. I just love water. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years is a long time.
I know.
It's a long
I know.
time.
It's kind of mind-blowing, actually.
Yeah, it really is, yeah. So, thank you all for the support. It really does mean the world.
Yeah.
We'll let you keep going, Amy.
Marcus, thank you so much for making it here. I know you always do, and we love you so much for that. And we're so grateful that all of you were here for these announcements. But particularly Marcus, since you're probably our oldest viewer. You've just been here the longest.
That's right.
C. Holland, thank you so much as well. As we always say to you, we know it's hard for you to make it here, but this time we're actually,
I was going to say, we were earlier today.
Right. So, what time is it over there? You doing great? You awake?
It's earlier today. We did it.
We did it. Hob, thank you so much for being here. I know you're gone. You're having dinner with your kids.
Well, but
God bless.
But also, you popped in and then popped out,
Right.
and then we're able to come back.
Yeah.
That's really cool. We really appreciate
wonderful.
you taking the time on Family Day on Sunday.
Yeah,
that's
and
really
you know
cool.
what? Like, that's what we want for you guys. We want you all to be able to, hang out with your families if that's what you want to do or
Exactly.
whatever.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We're not here to take time away from your lives. We're here to add to your lives if we can.
Yeah. Enhance as best we can.
Yeah.
That's right. Because you all enhance ours for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Inquiring Mind Screw, thank you for enhancing our lives.
That's right.
Nickel Bolas, thank you for popping in and giving us that amazing story.
Yeah, for the
It
kind
means
words.
so much.
Really does.
It means so much.
Really does.
Jayana, thank you so much for being here. It just, your sunflowers are always sunny.
That's right. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah. Like I said, if you watched on the VOD, or if you were watching but not chatting, thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Feel free to chat in the future, but if you're not comfortable doing so, you're not able to do so, that's totally fine. We appreciate you watching us however you choose to.
Yeah.
Please don't forget, if you're enjoying the things that we're doing here, we now have many different ways for you to be able to support us as we talk about any and all support that you are willing to give. There will be a lot of videos coming up on Video Games for All or what have you, where we don't mention the Patreon. It should still be linked in the description, but regardless, it doesn't matter. That is a way of showing your support to us. But joining the Discord, chatting with your fellow viewers, chatting with us, liking, sharing, still extremely important here on YouTube. We can grow this community as far as it'll go. We want that, and we want that for you as well as, of course, ourselves. And so we really appreciate it. But truly, any way that you choose to watch us and you choose to support us, it's appreciated each and every single time.
We mean that.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Erica says, you folks have legit saved my life. If $5 a month and kind words can pay that back, I'll gladly do it. You've saved our lives, Erica.
All of you. Just incredible. Like I said, back in 2015 when I put these videos out for the first time, when we put these videos out for the first time, I really needed a win. And not for nothing, if you look at those videos, I mean, obviously they've gained views since we've gained subscribers and stuff. But when I first put them out, they were not winners. They just weren't. And I just kept plugging away, right? And again, we put out D&D content, Mutants and Masterminds content. That doesn't exist anymore. As we said, we told that story already. I won't go further into it.
Yeah.
But it was something that fulfilled me. It was creative. I enjoyed it. And we got to do stuff together. Like, it was a way to spend time together, where you could come over and we would be able to read magic stories together. And then we talked for hours after the magic stories were done being read before we did Jar. Right. So then we started doing Jar so that we could talk to all of you about it. And again,
because we realized, these stories are, making a huge impact on us. We have 2 hours worth of stuff to say about them. Let's say it to someone other than just each other.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and then again, bringing it like somebody like Dave, when we would hang out with Dave if we read the story and then talked about it with him. And then it was like, oh, he could join us on these reviews as well in the future. Yeah. So he did, it was just all of those things, all of it.
Yeah. Winter says Erica with a little emoji, a little cry emoji.
The emoticon, yeah. So thank you, Erica. Obviously, we appreciate it.
You're the OG of supporting us and being here. Yeah. You and Marcus are our 2 oldest and dearest. But and I know I say I don't play favorites, but I do love you 2 a little bit more than everybody else.
But honestly,
just because you've been here since the very beginning.
And any name that is familiar to me, that means the world. If it's somebody where it's like, you've been here before, right? Like, that just means that I haven't seen you enough to like imprint on my brain. If we are like, oh man, it's you. Yeah. You matter.
Yeah, you really do. A lot. Like, the fact that you're here is a big deal. And I really try really hard to remember everybody. I really do, and it's hard.
You do an incredible... This is in your personal life and in our YouTube lives. Amy's very hard on herself with a lot of things, and you don't have to be. You're great. But when it comes to chat and the community, that's like 85% Amy And it's as good as it is because of her.
Thank you.
And because of all of you, of course, but you're welcome. But that's all Amy. I'm sitting here playing games, and I pay attention, but I don't always pay attention.
I try really hard because you all matter to us so much, and I really just want you guys to know how much we appreciate you and how much we care about you personally, too. Just, as people. I want to get your names right. I want to get your pronouns right. I want to remember if you came back.
Oh, yeah. And like I said,
I genuinely do.
I think you do a great job. It's a lot of work, and I think you're doing a great job. I think you're doing as good, if not a lot better than I could possibly do, for sure.
Well, I mean, you're playing the games at the same time, so that would be considerably harder for you to do.
Regardless.
Winter says, dude, you take physical notes about my snails. You are doing great, sweetie. Thank you. Yes. Well, that's for my therapist, because she really likes them.
Still, that means you're taking physical notes. Yeah. Yeah. Guess what, everybody? That's going to be it. We're going to go have dinner, but we will be back on Monday for our regular Magic Monday stream. So hopefully you'll be there too. Don't forget, and or Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern for our regular Friday stream as well. Don't forget, as we always say, and we will continue to. Amy literally almost said it already.
Winter says, we love you too, 3 hearts. You've always been so genuine whenever you talk to us and ask us stuff about our lives. Why else would I ask if I didn't genuinely want to know?
Because some people might want to just fill the space, right? Give us engagement, or whatever. Like, well, here's your question of the day, or whatever. Like, no.
I don't understand people who are like that, so.
It's true.
So that's why I asked you that question just now, is because I can't fathom an answer to that question that makes sense.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's because there are people out there that are not as good of a person as you.
C. Holland says, see you Monday, and thanks for the stream.
Thank you, C. Holland, as always.
Yes.
Big time.
Okay.
So, as C. Holland said, here's to 10 more. But thank you all for 10 amazing years here on YouTube.
Amy can't even comprehend engagement bait. She's too pure for this world. I've never heard that term used. So there you go.
Yep, you're perfect.
Erica says, I never feel like I'm talking to streamers with you. You're like my cool cousins. Oh, Erica, I wish. I wish we could come over to your house and vice versa, like we were cool cousins.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I wish that for all of you guys.
That's true. I mean, again, people say it this way. I don't know that I've ever really felt like it like this or whatever, but like, we invite you into our home every week. Like we really don't. Like we do, but we don't. It's the whole like parasocial relationship thing. But like, again, because we have such a close-knit community, it's more than that. You're not a name zipping by on a wheel of comments that are coming in,
Yeah, I don't think of you guys as our fans. I think of you guys as people that I care about.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Yeah. So.
Okay.
We will keep this love fest going on Discord, I guess, now that we have that. And thank you all. And thank you to each and every one of you who chooses to support us on Patreon, free or paid. We really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for going there. Hopefully we'll see you on Discord and or on our next stream tomorrow and or Friday. But between now and the next time that we see you all, whenever that happens to be, please continue to stay safe and happy and healthy. That is to you and yours super important. And for now, from us here at the Geek for All family of channels, I've been Joe.
And I'm Amy.
Here's to 10 more years. And as we always say, in whichever video or stream of ours you watch next, we will see you all next time. Thank you so much, everybody.